Alright, it's championship finale time here, and we're coming to you live from the Bangalore Snooker Academy. This is the All India Open in its 4th edition, the most prestigious tournament in the country, and we are down to the grand finale here. Tournament started about 10 days back with 232 of India's best snooker players on the green baize, and we're down to the finest 2 who are going to be competing here for the huge cash prize of 9 lakhs the tournament carries. We've had a brilliant week of snooker here, and the last 2 finalists couldn't have been any better than we have. It's a mouth-watering contest. But before we get down to our players, let me introduce and welcome our tournament and match referee. Can I call upon India's finest gold class international referee, Wasim Ahmed. Alright, 232 players started off here, and we're down to the final 2. Couldn't have asked for the 2 better players here. We've got 2 of India's finest snooker players from the modern era who have achieved it all, and now they're going to be competing here for the final prize. The first player that I want to welcome here onto the table, he's one of the best snooker players, one of the best billiards players that the country has produced, a fine young man himself, the Bengal Tiger. Let's make some noise for Arjuna SOURAV Kothari. Our next finalist needs absolutely no introduction. The poster boy for Indian snooker for over a decade and a half. He's done it all. He's got the Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri, Arjuna Awadi, 25 world titles, and of course multiple titles under his belt. Let's welcome India's poster boy for snooker, Namma Bengaluru's own PANKAJ ADVANI. It's going to be a best of 11 frame snooker final to decide our champion today. So let's get the balls rolling. All the best, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, your mobiles on silent mode, please.
Left now, best of 11 frames. PANKAJ ADVANI to start. Please keep them on silent mode. Do not move when playing action. Thank you. Yes. One. Five. Six.
Check.
12. 13. 20. 21. 28. 29. 36. 37. 38. Settle down, please. Thank you. Call stroke.
SOURAV KOTHARI.
Fine.
PANKAJ ADVANI.
Yes, sir.
Check, yeah. Oh, that's a fantastic pot by Pankaj.
What?
Just contemplating whether to go for the pot or play a containing safety. Both players have had a fantastic run on up to the final. SOURAV Kothari had a good match against Manu Dev, couple of centuries. Could have done a little better there with the cue ball. Wanted to leave it tight behind the brown, but fourth edition of the Bangalore Snooker Academy All India Open 15 Reds Championship of 2023, and two of India's finest players made it through this final, and seems to be a cracking contest that we're looking forward to here this afternoon. SOURAV Kothari has had a lot of success on the international stage in the last couple of years, and he's been in good form in this tournament so far. 2 century breaks against Manu Dev in the semi-final, as I mentioned. think the yellow seems to be on, so has a natural angle to go towards the top of the table.
Yellow ball.
It's a good time to introduce ourselves to the audience who is tuned in to the CSN Live for this telecast. I've got with me one of Karnataka's #1 snooker players, Sean Davis, joining me on the comm box. Good to have you with us, Sean.
SOURAV KOTHARI. 3.
Absolutely, Sean. One of the fastest growing sports in the country, and there's a lot of traction around this game over the last few years, so it's good to be in the thick of things. And of course, it's the passion that keeps us going, and we want to convert the passion into, you know, if we can pass it on to some players who can go up and perform at the world stage, is what we're looking to achieve. We've got 2 international stars who are playing this final, and I'm sure there's a lot of motivation for the youngsters of our country who must be looking up to these 2 legends of the game. Well, yeah, he's giving it a shot, keeping his avenues open, you know. I'm sure. And any time you're performing or participating in a tournament on the world stage, the confidence and the knowledge that you gain from those events goes a long way. First real opportunity for the knowledge that you gain from those events goes a long way. First I see is the left on the left cushion. You read that on the left cushion, which he might want to deal with at a later stage, but right now, around the pink, I guess, yeah. The Reds seem to be pretty awkwardly positioned right now, so it's not going to be a very easy break for him to execute, but I wouldn't put it past him. He's a fine snooker player, he's got great knowledge about the game, a good tight cue ball as well, so he's taking his time on this one, and also by nature he's not the quickest player around the table, so you are going to see SOURAV KOTHARI taking his time around the table. going to be really sure about taking on the shot before he really goes into it. And of course, he has Pankaj on the sideline, so that always affects, right, the decision, doesn't it, Sean? That's gone wrong.
SOURAV KOTHARI, 7.
He gave it a lot of thinking and a lot of thought before going into it, and that was probably one of the reasons why he was a little hesitant in the first place. It wasn't the easiest of run-throughs or plants, as we call it in the game. More importantly, the Reds have kind of opened up. They seem a lot easier now than they were before he got to the table. We've seen funny things happen in the game, Sean. It is the first frame of a big final, and I'm sure that the nerves jangling. Pankaj has been in this situation tons of times.
Seven. Eight.
White please.
14. 15.
'Yeah, he's had the first opportunities and was trying to get that red off the cushion on this shot, if I'm not wrong, but just missed the red. He's okay, he's on this red.
21.
He does have a decent lead on the table, 44 points, and that's frame ball. And just as we say that,
22.
just I guess so, and a little glimmer of hope here for Sourav. He needs one snooker. All right, I guess that should be that. Not the kind of start that Sourav was looking for. He's missed a couple of easy pots in the early stage of this frame, and
Frame.
he stays in his chair, and the first frame of the final goes to PANKAJ ADVANI. Leaves this final 1-0. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Sean, you can hear me on your mic, on your thing. You can't.
He's
Nah.
muted that, so that's why I said
Keep
ear
one open.
off,
Ha. That's
so
yeah.
he can listen to the cue that you hear.
Yeah.
and then
You're
he can
muted, na?
forward.
Ha. This is mute.
Settle off, please. Thank you. Frame 2, score. Please watch.
Frame number 2 gets underway. Ashutosh, can you hear me? Can you hear yourself? Why did you say something?
Check, check, check.
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 It's a good start here for Sourav in frame number 2. He's down 1 frame. It's a long match, 11 frames. So a long way to go.
Hey.
That's a long match, 11 frames. So a long way to go. Looking to leave himself a nice angle on this blue to go into the bunch, and I think he's left himself absolutely inch perfect. Well, the key in that particular shot is to make sure that you get good contact on the pink, and on that occasion, yeah, I think he can hear that. Not really executing it the way he would have liked. Time for me to welcome Ashutosh here to the comm box. He's a young and talented snooker player. Did fantastically well in the tournament. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get over the line against PANKAJ ADVANI in a very well hard-fought quarter-final match. Ashutosh, good to have you with us.
Thank you, Sasha.
I did watch that quarter-final, and I must say I was very, very impressed with the way you went about your game.
Thank you so much.
What's the experience like playing against a world champion like Pankaj?
Well, playing against Pankaj is definitely one of the best experiences you can have in the game of snooker. Very talented. As you saw in the quarterfinal, we had an immense safety battle going on. Each of us, we knew that one chance and the frame was over. So we played our best game, and unfortunately I made a few errors when I was amongst the balls, and I got punished for that. So
how
it was a
do you
good
how do you
experience.
prepare yourself for a match like that? Is it, you go into the match because you're playing someone like Pankaj, you have nothing to lose. you're playing a world champion, or do you put yourself under a bit of pressure because you know that you have to perform, and if you're able to go past Pankaj, obviously taking you to the next level of the game. So what kind of preparation or mental preparation, so as is something that you need to work on?
I guess for me, Sasha, mentally everything, whatever work has to be done was done on the practice table. Coming here, playing, enjoying myself. That's how I approach the game, and that has definitely helped me always play the game, enjoy the game, live the moment.
I guess that's the best way to play this game. It's a high pressure game at all times. What sets the greats apart from the really good players at the crunch time is how you handle that pressure. So I guess accolades to you for coming out and performing fantastically well in that quarterfinal. Unfortunate to have missed out though, but it's been a great tournament. You had a good run up to the quarterfinals. How's the tournament been for you?
Great tournament. I played in the CCI before this. I lost out to Stephen Lee in the top 32 stage, so even that was a great match. Coming here, I knew Bangalore Snooker Academy has really great playing conditions. Big thanks to Rihan sir for providing these fabulous conditions for our circuit, and lots to learn and take away from this tournament. So hopefully I'll come back stronger next year.
Absolutely. Yeah, the tables have played fantastically here, and they always, have a very good, conditions here for all players. The tables are in fantastic shape, and of course we've got the top players from across the country who come and participate here. So the competition is at the highest level.
Yes, definitely. Bangalore Snooker Academy has definitely promoted our game to the best.
Taking that pot on, but making sure that he left the cue ball in a safer position if he was to miss that. So not really committing to it, but just going to be a containing safety behind the yellow here, trying to put Sourav in some trouble early on. So thank you so much for being here, Ashutosh. It was great having you, and we wish you all the very best for all your future endeavors, and I'm sure you're not too far away from the success that you deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sasha.
Enemies. PANKAJ ADVANI 4.
Just falling a little bit short of pace on that occasion, but he was fortunate enough not to leave that red ball on. So I'm sure he's going to be able to make contact with the red this time, and does have to make sure that he catches that red full in the face, and if he does end up catching it half ball or thin, he might leave a pot on. So a little bit of pressure on this particular shot for Sourav. Not one of the easiest of escapes. Both these players are very, very experienced. And I'm sure both of them are equally equipped with the tactical battle on the table.
Well, Sasha, I think the thing that makes it a little more difficult is that Sourav does not want to give Pankaj an opening that would help him seal the second frame. He wants to make it a little more tough for Pankaj. That's the idea.
Foul. And miss.
Another foul and a
Pankaj
miss.
Advani, 4.
Just short of pace once again there. It's not so much the direction right now, but the speed of the ball that Sourav is going to be worried about. Like you said, Sean, just needs to make sure that he doesn't leave an opening for Pankaj here, because the balls are nicely placed right in the middle of the table. There's absolutely no reason for Pankaj, if he came to the table, to not make a sizable break. So a little bit of pressure on this particular shot.
Oh,
He's done
brilliant
well.
shot played. A brilliant shot pulled off by Sourav. They judged the ball really well, judged the pace and the angle really well. Has given Pankaj that much of an opening. Pankaj needs to conjure up something right now to be able to get back into this frame. The scores are close to the second frame as compared to the first frame, when Pankaj did get a good opening on 2 occasions and managed to seal the frame. This is a bit of a thinker now.
Going for the aggressive option there, which also shows that he's quite confident going into this final. Not using the containing safety option, they're going for the aggressive safety option, opening out a few reds, but unfortunate to catch the blue on the way.
Yeah, it didn't work out as well as he planned it. It's given sort of a pretty decent opening. I think he should be able to get this in and see how he plans his break from there.
It also depends on whether or not the black goes in the left corner. I think he's played for the black, so I'm sure that the black pots, and it's a good opportunity here now. For
Yeah, he's
Sourav.
landed a little high on the black. It should give him an option to go for the one just below the black spot, the red on the cushion just below the black spot, or he can work his way up to the 2 options on the left side of the table. Yeah, he's gone for the options on the left. Lovely pot, confident pot by Sourav, and he's given himself a good opening. He should be able to salvage something from this frame.
This is also going to show us what kind of mindset Sourav is in right now, because he's right in amongst the balls at this moment, with a good opportunity to put a sizable break on the board, if not be able to win the frame in this single visit. So this is where you'll actually get to see the temperament from Sourav Kothari, and we've seen him done it on multiple occasions. So
yeah, I mean, you've seen him do it yesterday with a century break in the final frame, the deciding frame to bring him to the finals. He showed a lot of composure, very cool under pressure, seemed to show a lot of character in the break, and managed to pull off an outstanding victory yesterday. Very close fought victory, but a victory nevertheless.
yes, he ran to an in-form Manudev, who got the better of you in a hard-fought quarter-final.
Yeah, Manudev has been playing. He's been playing rather well of late. We have met a couple of times. It's gone either way. Manu's managed to get the better of me, but then again, it's just the confidence that he exudes when he's playing. That no-care attitude that kind of has got him to where he is right now, and he's a very formidable player. One of the best that the state has produced. He has done it and proved it on the big stage as well, time and time again. It's nice to have him back in form. He's a huge asset to the Karnataka State Snooker, and it's an honor to have him back, actually.
Absolutely. Just love his body language around the table. Manudev, I've watched him play from my young days. I've had the opportunity to play against him in a couple of billiards matches, and he's, obviously a more predominantly snooker player, but his knowledge about cue sports overall is quite commendable, and like you said, he's a great asset to the game. Chipping away here, Sourav Kothari,
31.
getting in a nice opening and making the most of it.
With the way the balls are situated right now on the table, I think this should be a frame-winning break.
Should definitely look at converting this into a frame-winning break, and we're also looking forward to perhaps the first century of the finals. Balls are situated absolutely perfectly, except maybe for the blue, but currently all the reds are available. The black and pink
Are two options that we can go for,
yeah.
yes.
It's just finished on the wrong side of this pink, so a bit of work to do with the cue ball.
And he played a magnificent shot to be able to hold for the single red on the left side of the table. He should be able to look at going for the black and then finishing off from there.
Yeah, I think the two reds that are closest to the pink spot go into the left corner, so he should be okay. Just has to make sure that he leaves himself a good angle on the black after he pots this red.
If he lands a little straight, he has the one on the cushion just as a backup plan. That does look like an option.
It's a best of 11 finals here, so just the start of things here, and if Sourav is able to even up, we are looking at a cracking contest.
Yeah, it sure looks like that. Sourav doesn't seem to be backing away. PANKAJ started off really well, but Sourav seems to be getting into his stride right now. Scoring, he's currently on 39, a lead of 40 with...
In fact, he's on 53, he's 39, he's on a 39 break, in fact.
Yeah, 39 break, but he's at a lead of about 43 right now, 43
46
points, and he should be able to clinch this frame without any issues. He's left himself high on the black,
and
so
two
he
colors, Sean, I think, for him to go past PANKAJ in this frame.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it looks like that. He's landed on...
He's played that well, in fact, just cannoning into those reds and bringing them into play. This is probably the only challenging pot that he has right now. If he can get past this, I don't see any reason why he shouldn't go on to win this frame.
If he gets the pot, he should try and hold for the red just above the black.
It's been a bit fortunate there, I guess. Got the kiss on the red, but he's finished okay. He's all right.
Yeah,
That wasn't part of the plan,
right.
though.
53.
Seems to be okay. Seems to be in control. He's had a lot of success over the last couple of years on the international stage in billiards as well as in snooker. He works really hard at his game. He's one of the most focused and hard-working players on the circuit.
Yeah, I did manage to have a word. He has been doing really well, and I also had a word with him just before the finals to see how he's feeling, whether he's showing any signs of nerves or anything like that. But he seemed to be calm and collected. He seemed to know what he needs to do and how he needs to get this game going. And it shows right now. He's gotten into the second frame.
He's actually lost the red there, Sean. Didn't look like it had run away, but just seems like a very thin cut here. And not taking it on. He's got a commanding lead, so just making sure that he leaves his cue ball tight to the bottom cushion. The frame is still alive, though. PANKAJ is happy to be back on the table. He wouldn't have expected this a couple of balls before.
Yeah.
But plenty of points still available on the table for PANKAJ to make a comeback in this frame. So,
Yeah, the lead of 54 right now is the lead that Sourav has, and with 67 on the table, I think PANKAJ has a very good chance to be able to get this frame. He goes for the pot and just misses it.
I think it's one of those situations where he had to take that on. If he did convert, it would have been a pretty good opportunity. But I guess it's probably his last visit for this particular frame.
I think the color should secure the frame for Sourav. and then it should just be a formality of, you know,
going ahead and clearing the
Yeah,
balls.
fair
And I
enough.
think, when you find yourself in a situation like this, even as a player, for example, uh, you're on the table, you've won the frame, and you've got a few balls to pot. I think it's the best situation you can be in. Get your hand going. It's the early stage of a big final. If he can go and go ahead and clear up this frame from here, it's going to put him in a very, very good spot going into the next frame. Because
Absolutely.
this is pretty much like being on a practice table right now.
Yeah, I think once you come to the point where it's just that you have to clear the balls remaining on the table to just as a formality after the frame is already secured, it should give him an opportunity to ease into the finals. It's still early days in the finals. It's just the second frame out of a best of 11. A possibility of another 9 frames to be played. Sourav seems to be striking the ball really well, staying down on his shot. That shot just now that he played, it seemed so textbook, very calm. He just went right through the shot. He eased into it, to be honest.
32.
So Sasha, you being a coach, what do you have to say about Saurav's cueing, the way he approaches the game? What are your takes on that?
Well, you just used the right word, textbook. He comes from a great family of snooker players. His father is one of the best out there in terms of coaches as well as players. So he doesn't need to go too far for advice or for technical help. And that really reflects on his game. You can see it. And like I said earlier, he's a very, very hard-working player. He puts in a lot of hours. And on the circuit, you can actually see he's got one of the best cueing actions and very, very composed. Hits through the ball at most times. Doesn't seem to be perturbed with any pressure. So he's got all the qualities of a champion player. And like I said, in the last few years, he has, made the best use of his ability. He has come a long way in his snooker game in the last 3-4 years. Even with his billiards game, he's produced the results. Won a few world championships in the last 2 years. So he's well and truly on his way to being one of the greatest players the country's produced. Of course, his opponent here has been there, done it.
Yeah, it seems like he's just picking pace as he goes, just trying to finish off the frame. A lovely break of 54 in quick time, actually. Less than a couple of minutes. I think about 3 minutes he's taken for this 50 break.
Struck that beautifully.
Beautifully.
Those are the things, like I said, gives you so much confidence when you go into the next frame, when you start striking, and zero pressure on that pink pot. But even then, you need to strike it well. So the first opportunity you get in the next frame, you're able to capitalize. So 1 frame each in the final. Sourav Kothari comes back, evens up. We're going to see you for the 3rd frame after a short break.
No, apparently we were too close to the mic.
No, that's
So there was a lot of breathing. We didn't know that this. So we can talk.
He was saying, talk loudly. So I was bringing actually close. See, you can't talk this commentary.
No, we can talk like this. This is okay. Alright, frame 3, Pankaj Advani started off with the break, and the cue ball was tied to the cushion, which forced Saurav to
Settle down, please.
have a small error.
Thank you.
I don't think Pankaj is going in for the pot right now. He looks to go with the safety option. With Saurav playing the way that he did in the second frame, seems like Pankaj has taken a step back, is not looking at playing an aggressive safety as compared to what he did in the second frame, which gave Saurav the opportunity to seal the second frame. It looks like it's going to be a safety battle for the next couple of shots before they do get in and start scoring. SOURAV Kothari comes back with a good safety shot. The options on the left side of the table seem to be diminishing while Pankaj approaches. I think Pankaj will want to cut the option of giving Saurav the opportunity to go out to come out with a safety on the left side of the table. He will look to put Saurav more towards the yellow and the brown to cut off that option. Yeah, so like I said, trying to hide the cue ball behind the brown. Didn't work out as planned, but I think Saurav does have another option to play one of the reds just above the pink. Saurav seemed to get a nice cue ball off that open red. Pankaj does have another option to give it a crack on the left side of the table to see if he can get a tighter safety in. So this frame looks like it's going to go down to the wire. Pankaj looking at the option of going off one cushion. So Sasha, it looks like we're starting back from scratch again with both the players being one apiece. Looks like it's going to be a very tight match. Both of them don't seem to be letting go. Saurav pulls off an amazing safety, giving Pankaj less than no options to be able to come out or to go back behind balk.
Way short of space on that one.
Foul. Enemies. SOURAV Kothari. 4.
Again. And frame's really opened up. Has he left a red here? If he has, then I'm sure that Saurav is going to take on this red, because this is as good as an opportunity that you can look forward to in the beginning of a frame. All reds in the open. I think if he can get that black back on the spot at the earliest, it could be ominous for Pankaj.
But I don't think the black goes into the top right. He will look at...
Maybe not at this visit, Sean. Maybe if he can work his way around to get that black back somehow.
Yeah, there's just a lot of obstacles in the way. It's like the table right now looks like a crystal maze to the left side of it. He should probably find a way out. Yeah, he's looking at the options. He may want to finish off with the blue or one of the block colors right now, and then try and get into this.
Gone ahead and missed that pot.
Oh,
Has he gotten away with it? I think the red goes into the middle.
but I guess that is the pressure of it being a final. If it was any other match, I don't think Saurav would have even come remotely close to doing something like this before.
Pankaj going to grab this with both hands.
One.
Amazing cue ball control. So a situation like this is something that's right in his alley, so to speak. Has he underhit that? I think he's just about okay.
Yeah, I think there is an open red, so he shouldn't be hampered as much. He should be able to get this done. Try and hold for the blue, and then go in and out of balk for the next color, perhaps. Yes, that is the option that he's chosen to go with. I think with the green not being in its spot, gives him an easy option to go in and out of balk.
Absolutely, makes the shot so much easier with the green not being on its spot. Doesn't really have to worry about the cue ball as much as he would have if the green was on its spot. He hasn't been, at his extreme best in this tournament. As coming into this final, he's had to work his way up the ladder. He had to fight in the quarterfinals. He had a pretty tough run in the quarterfinals, going down a couple of frames, not behind, but losing a couple of frames to Ashutosh, and the nerves were clearly evident. But I'm sure he's an experienced campaigner. He must have been in those situations so many times, and that's probably, like you said, he relishes these moments. He's able to absorb the pressure better than most.
Yeah, I think he's been in this situation quite a few times. A few nerves. As a matter of fact, he's been off color for the last couple of years, especially with snooker. His billiards not so much, but his billiards has been flawless.
He's been brilliant on the billiards table. Had a fantastic win in CCI just a couple of weeks back. Total whitewash in that final against Rob Hall. Scored in excess of 2,000 points and won that final very, very comfortably. So billiards, I think he's naturally gifted when it comes to billiards. He does put in a little bit of effort when it comes to snooker, but he's obviously a naturally gifted player as far as cue sports is concerned.
Yeah,
he's one of those players who are equally good at both sports, billiards as well as snooker. But over, like you mentioned, over the last couple of years, his snooker game hasn't really shown the results that he's really capable of.
Yeah, he's just fallen short a couple of times. I think that's the thing about the sport. It's not just on your ability to be able to produce on the table. You spend so much time sitting down. You spend so much time sitting down when your opponent is in. It kind of works. It does play with your mind at times. Like most of the time it does, but it just makes it that much more difficult when you see your opponent scoring and you're sitting down most of the time. To come and get into the game just makes it a tad more difficult than usual.
That's one of the most challenging aspects of this sport is the fact that when you're not on the table, how do you switch off and switch on? Because it's not in your control when you're not on the table. And those are the times when you need to be able to switch your mind off. It's easier said than done, yes, but the greats are able to do that. You have the finest players in the world who at the highest level you're going to be sitting out a few frames. You may not pot a single ball for 4 or 5 frames if you're playing at the highest level, and
Ping ball.
and even after that, the first opportunity you get, you go out there and you perform. So that's one of the key ingredients in the sports, is to be able to switch on and switch off at will.
Yeah, absolutely. I think even though that makes the game so much harder, it's just nice to see the players show so much of character, especially during the time of a match, to be able to switch on and switch off as and when the situation calls for. Pankaj and Saurav seem to have done it a bit better than the others to be here at this point. Throughout this tournament, we've seen both players do really well. Pankaj has shown glimpses of the champion that he has been for the number of years in this tournament. Seems to have come out on top of every situation thus far, and he would love to do that now as well in the finals. What better chance to do so than he is in at this point?
Yeah, he's worked hard to get to this finals. Like I said, he's had to grind a little bit. It's not been easy sailing for him. We are so used to seeing Pankaj walk through the match, walk over his opponents very easily, but that's not been the case in this tournament.
Yeah,
But more importantly, with the kind of limited form that he is in right now, which is maybe not at his best, he's still able to pull off matches and still able to go across that finishing line, which is what really sets him apart from all his contemporaries, I guess.
Yeah, it's just been very, very uncharacteristic of Pankaj these past few games. You're usually so used to seeing him in cruise mode when he's playing against someone that he just seems to sail through most of his matches. But the one thing that you can take out of this is that players are doing way better than they used to right now, so that it's created more competition. It's made the competition a little harder, and that's always good for the sport, isn't it?
Absolutely. Overall, the game has really grown leaps and bounds in the last few years. A lot of new youngsters taking up the game and performing, like you said, a lot better than you would expect them to. And the overall break building ability of players has gone up over the last few years, which is a great thing for Indian snooker.
Absolutely.
It is time we start producing more snooker champions, more who can compete at the world stage. We have done it on the billiard stage, but for snooker we still lack that punch that the Chinese players perhaps are far better than the Indian players on the world stage when it comes to snooker, and I don't think there's any reason why we shouldn't be up there with the greats as well. So I guess it's a start. We are seeing the new talent. We're seeing the game being exposed at the younger stage of your life, which is going to help obviously a lot. So it's in the right direction.
Yeah, we're heading into the right direction. The amount of coaches and training facilities that have opened up in India, more so in Bangalore itself, has given opportunities to a lot of QS around. Another unforced error.
There was a lot of pressure on that particular pot. It wasn't the easiest, queuing from closer to the cushion.
Yeah, and trying to hold for the color. Yeah.
Yeah, with the pressure of making, or rather leaving some balls on if he had to miss that, it just makes that pot a little more difficult. So he's put Saurav back on the table with. This is again a pressure pot, so it's not a gimme. Very, very missable.
Very awkward queuing
and
as well.
awkward queuing as well. So. So far the longest frame of the finals, and this could take a while, this particular frame, because of the way the balls are situated, and of course depending on if or not Saurav or Pankaj are able to get in amongst the balls. He's done well there, but he's lost the cue ball. Not the kind of result he was hoping for.
Yeah, not sure if the blue goes in. If he's got a shot at the blue with the way the brown is positioned right now, he may look at going for the green. That is another option. Safety, I don't think, is an option right now with the way the balls are situated. You have two balls near the green pocket.
and I guess you need to be a little positive when you come into situations like this. If you are able to convert, you know, these are pots you have to take on. They're not easy, they're not gimmies, but there are times that, you know, in a stage of a match where you will come across these kind of pots which you will have to take on. There was no other option for him to take on other than this particular green. So another good opportunity for Pankaj now.
Yeah, I think Pankaj has got an open table right now. The table is at his mercy, unless he
happens to make an unforced error.
An unforced error.
Barring which, I think the few reds which are behind the black spot could be a little bit of a concern, but he's at least got the 3 or 4 blacks that he can use to gain the lead that he wants. Maybe a 30-40 lead in this frame could be very, very helpful.
Yeah, there are a couple of reds below the black and the other reds towards the couple of reds at the top half of the table. Sorry, the bottom half of the table. He will need those. I think he has 1 red to the left side of the table. Sorry, to the right side of the table, and 2 towards the green. He may need one of those reds to seal the frame. So we'll see how he goes about planning his break. Yeah, he has released one of the reds to create a better opening.
Yeah.
70.
So you have been working with Pankaj as well over the last year or 2 years.
We did start.
Maybe a little
we did
more.
start. Yeah, we did start the academy together. Pankaj and me were tied up. Where, you know, we started an academy called Q School by PANKAJ ADVANI, where we took academies to schools. We had our first one that we opened in 2019, but unfortunately in 2020 we ran into COVID, so we weren't really able to expand as much as we would have liked. And well, post COVID, Pankaj obviously getting married and you know, moving on with things in his life. I've got my academy that I run right now independently, and of course Pankaj is, you know, actively playing. He has a few years before he can actually hang his boots and get into coaching full time, or you know, helping the sport in any which way he can. I mean, you know, he's still got a few years before he can do that, and I think he's concentrating on his game right now, and which is more important for him. And
But I think right now the players are getting better with age. You can see that with the top players like Ronnie O'Sullivan, John Higgins, and even here with the likes of Manudev, and even Pankaj doesn't seem to be slowing down. Pankaj all of them have been in the circuit for a very long time. Started off as juniors and moved up the ranks rather. And they still seem to be going good. Doesn't seem like they intend to stop anytime soon. They still have a good 5, 6, maybe a few more years.
Maybe more. But that's one of the advantages of the sport, is age is not really a barrier. If you're capable enough, if you're able to put in, you know, the hours, if you're able to concentrate, if you've got your mind in the right place, you can play this game for as long as you like. You know, we've got players like John Higgin, Ronnie O'Sullivan, for example, who've been in the circuit actively over the last 25 years and are able to achieve the same amount of success even now, or maybe play at even a higher level that they probably played earlier. So age is never a barrier in this sport. I think it's mind over matter. After a certain point of time, this game is played more in the mind than it's played on the table.
Absolutely. Even players like Manan Chandra, Kamal Chawla seem to be getting back into that stride again. Seem to be striking a lot better right now. There's a lot more calm when they are playing as compared to before. They just seem to be at ease. They seem to be, you know, playing like with an I don't care kind of attitude that is helping them right now.
Absolutely. So 61 points lead for Pankaj in this frame, but it's still not, you know, he's not really over the finishing line. There are 4 reds on the table, as I can see, which is 59 points. So just one snooker required for Sourav Kothari, and yeah, I mean, it's not going to be really easy for Sourav to come back in this frame, but still keeping his hopes alive.
I think the next red should decide whether the frame stays alive or it ends there, but that will be based on who gets the next pot in.
The way the reds are situated, it's not going to be really easy for Sourav to accumulate the points, because he should be looking at trying to get the maximum points from those 4 reds, which is not going to be the easiest thing to do with the way the reds are situated. So as of now, the frame is in Pankaj's favor, and I guess that, like you said, that red should seal this frame and maybe put him back in the lead.
That blue should definitely do it for Pankaj. Looks like this frame is his, and it's 2 frames to 1 is what it looks like right now.
I think Saurav's going to stay in his chair, and Pankaj is going to look to try and see if he can do what Sourav did in the previous frames. He's trying to clear up, get his hand going, get a little more confidence. Got a couple of reds to pot here.
Yeah, so the match seems to be going neck and neck right now. Both players don't seem to want to give the other one an inch. It's just been really tight, very tactical this frame was, as compared to the first 2 frames where you saw both of them just pot their way out of trouble. This one was more of a mind game, more tactical.
Absolutely. And frame number 3 goes to Pankaj Advani. He leads 2 frames to 1 in this final of 11 frames.
Please keep over on silent mode or switched off.
So frame 3, Sourav Kothari to break. Yeah, so Sourav has left a good cue ball close to the cushion. Not much of an opening. Just the single red that has come out of the bunch. I think that was a beautiful break, and he has forced an error from Pankaj. Sourav going in for the hard pot, and an amazing long pot there pulled off by Sourav. Didn't finish quite as well as you'd like to on the blue. So I think the next option would be a safety option that he'd look for. He'd try and open out a few reds and keep the cue ball as tight to the cushion as he can to create a better opportunity. What do you think would be the right way to
He
do
struck that pot very well. For starters, unfortunate to have finished on the wrong side of the blue. But yeah, you got to sometimes accept the fact that you don't have the right positions. Just play a good containing safety, but which he hasn't done.
6.
Again, guys, welcome to the 4th edition of the Bangalore Snooker Academy's All India Open 15 Red Snooker Championship 2023. You're currently looking at the finals played between two of India's finest players. You have SOURAV Kothari and PANKAJ ADVANI, both amazing players in their own right, battling it out at the finals. The venue has been one of the best venues that India has had to offer. We're honored that it's in Bangalore. It's an honor for us to be at this venue day in and day out, and for players to come and take part in this tournament every year. It's the most awaited tournament in India right now.
Absolutely, Sean. It's been a fantastic tournament, and the conditions here at Bangalore Snooker Academy have always been very, 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 very good for snooker. And we've had some great had some great breaks. We've seen some good breaks here. Aditya Mehta opening up with a 126 in the very first frame that he played. So we've seen some of the good players in action here at one of the best snooker facilities in the country. Great playing conditions, great tables, and we are now witnessing a final between two of India's legends of the game. We couldn't have asked for a better final. SOURAV Kothari versus PANKAJ ADVANI here in what looks to be a close encounter, going by the scoreline so far.
I think most of the matches this year have been really tight. You've had a few matches that have gone out being an easy victory for whoever it would have been. But in terms of the number of centuries, I think the pressure has been on most of the players in this tournament as compared to the other ones in the past. I think last year we had about 13, 14 centuries. This time, just a handful of, I think, about 5, 6 centuries this tournament.
That's true.
What would you say is the reason behind it? Have the players become that much better as the match has been more pressurizing than the other tournaments? What do you think it could possibly have been?
One of the reasons also is some of the the top players lost out in the early stages of the matches. We lost Sri Krishna in the first round, who's also one of the players who could have produced some century breaks if he had progressed into the tournament. Aditya Mehta also losing out in the quarterfinals, also a fine player who's capable of the big century breaks. Ishpreet Singh, the top seed of the tournament.
Yeah, last year's winner.
The last year's champion.
That was a shocker.
Yeah, having lost to Manu Dev in the quarter.
But with that being said, you can't take anything away from Manu Dev. I think he
played his best snooker. Absolutely.
80 odd break to clinch the match. So that was a well fought match. But
absolutely, absolutely deserving winners, all of them. But when you talk about the count
high
of
scorers.
The high scorers, the ones who are capable of making the century breaks, we lost out a lot of them in the early stages of the tournament. So that's why we've got a little lesser, and I guess also maybe Pankaj is one of those players who hasn't really produced those centuries. He's just got maybe 1 century in the tournament, which is, by his standards, not really up to it. So hopefully we've got 8 frames to go. We should see some more flamboyance from the legendary player, and we're looking forward to that. We want to see Pankaj at his very best.
Yeah, absolutely. And we want to see them, pull out a couple of centuries in this final. That would be the icing on the cake. for this final. Saurav with his first 2 centuries of the tournament yesterday in the semi-finals.
And a great time to do it, you know. Pulling out your best when it really matters is what champions are made of, and Saurav showing that. So yeah, I mean, we would have loved to see a lot more centuries. It's always good for the spectators. They want to see good quality of snooker. We've had great quality of snooker. We've only lacked the centuries, but we've had tons of 70s and 80s from all players. I think everybody who made it to the round of 64, each player there was capable of producing a good 70-80 frame-winning break whenever it mattered. I must mention the youngster Mayur from Gujarat, who lost to Lakshman Rawat in the round of 32 or 64. I'm not sure, but very, very promising player, young player, very talented. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing more of him in the near future. And that's something that Indian snooker needs badly is players starting off at an early stage. You got to expose the game to kids at an early stage. 10, 11 is when you can expect them to go and really compete at the highest level.
Absolutely. You need to start them off young, just get them trained, get them the right mindset to be able to play the sport. It's not something that you can just pick off. It does take a little bit of a little more concentration, a little more discipline in terms of learning the sport. And not to take anything away from other sports, but it's just that this sport
requires a different skill set. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, what we've seen in the past is, the access to tables, for youngsters who could walk into a club and play. Unfortunately, the game has not, is not one of those games like cricket or football or badminton that, you could walk into a club and just play at the age of 7 and 8. Here you would probably not be allowed to hold a cue till you're 18, which is what we're trying to change with the academies that we want to take into schools. And even a facility like the Bangalore Snooker Academy is a great start to exposing the game to a larger audience. People need to pick up the sport like they would probably pick up any other sport. Their age should never be a barrier. You could have an 8-year-old starting off. The only barrier I see in this game for an early stage is the height. So if you have a child who's tall enough, if he's 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever it is, we should look to expose him to the game. And that's probably the only way we're going to reach out to more people and produce more world champions. PANKAJ started at the age of 10.
Yeah, but I think now the sport is catching on as compared to before, where, like you said, you had to be at least 16 or above to be able to enter a billiard room here. And now that people know the game and know what you can produce from the sport, you're getting kids to start off at an early age. You see a lot of players, a lot of upcoming players now who are about 14 and 16 that are doing really well in the circuit.
Absolutely. When you look at the players from different countries, talking about the UK players, the Chinese players, they're right up there at the age of 14, scoring regular century breaks, and it's unbelievable to watch. And that's all. The only reason behind that is they started at an early stage. They have the infrastructure, and they have the right coaching methodology. Right? They're not just going about it haphazardly. There is a method behind that. There is a curriculum you follow. Coaches are well trained. So all those are aspects of the cue sport that in India is now picking up. We are looking at getting coaches. We've had Sight come down here to Bangalore Snooker Academy, run a campaign or a coaching program last year, so which was great. I think the results have been evident, especially from yourself, Sean. You've shown great progress after having attended that Sight Academy, and it's very visible. Right, and that's what we need to see, and that's what people need to, accept that you do need coaching. Every single sport requires coaching, right? So there is there is a little more exposure as compared to earlier, which is a great thing.
Absolutely, it was revolutionary for me, I would say, in terms of the amount of knowledge that I could gain from the coaching program that is SiteRight. Had the privilege of working with Pranit Ramchandrani for the last 5 years, and also had the honor of working with Stephen Feeney. So yeah, it's been great so far, and just looking forward to see how things go from there.
A phase of tactical battle now going on in frame number 4.
Yeah, sorry. Like we were saying, in terms of the coaching, yeah, I did get the opportunity of training with SiteRight, and also worked with a lot of coaches from Bangalore that have been able to help me get to the point of where I am right now. All that put together, but yeah, with SiteRight coming in, just brings so much of an opportunity for players to expand their wings and look at a bigger circuit as well. I think they are looking at doing more programs here in India, especially SiteRight. So looking forward to that and see how it goes. And yeah, I think the sport is moving in the right direction. Love to see where it moves to in the next 5-10 years, maybe. Where Indian Q sports ends up is something that I would love to keep a lookout for.
Yeah, and you're also going to be a part of it, part of that growth. Good opportunity here for Sourav. Creating that mistake from Pankaj by playing a really good safety shot there, keeping the ball nice and tight behind the brown and tucked to the back cushion, which forced that error from Pankaj. And our first real opportunity in this frame for Sourav. Once again, it's a nice and open frame. The reds.
Ooh, that was a tight pot. The yellow wobbled a bit. It was hesitant whether it needs to go in or not, but managed to pull off a great shot and has landed on a red. But the way the table is spread open, looks like it should be something that Sourav should capitalize on, but then it's something you'll have to wait and look out for with the pressure of it being a final.
Absolutely, absolutely. We've seen that in the past couple of frames. Both players have had equal opportunities to really close out frames in a single visit. But we've really not seen that big break, which is very, very acceptable when you're playing a big final. It's not really easy to go in there and start scoring unless you're Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Absolutely, yeah. It does get to everyone. You in your head you want to always score big, but it's not always the case. Sometimes nerves get the better of you in the sport, and then you end up you end up creating an unforced error. But it doesn't look like it should be the case right now. Sourav seems to take his time, move around the table, trying to get himself composed before he goes through with a shot.
Yeah, seems to be in control here so far in this frame, or rather in this visit. He's only got the pink to work with. The black seems to be out of commission, and the blue is also down towards the back end of the table, so he's working his way around the pink very nicely. And sometimes that actually helps. If you've only got the pink on the spot and a few reds around it, it makes break building a little easier around the pink.
Yeah, around the pink it makes it. Black is more of a higher scoring option to go with, but it just when you look at most players, they seem very comfortable around the pink.
Well,
as
for
compared
starters,
to black.
it's also because it's available in 4 pockets, right? So that makes it a little more easier to convert your break. But yeah, top of the table play is something that all players work towards, and they're working, 90% of the game is always around the top of the table.
half of
So
the table.
you are looking at, really converting big breaks when you're on that part of the table, which Sourav Kothari is doing pretty effectively as of now.
Yeah, he seems to have a very good pre-shot routine. Seems to take his time. It doesn't seem like anything in the world is going to hurry him up
Yeah.
or
No,
kind of have him faced against the situation that he's in right now.
I agree. And more so, what you need is the fluency. The speed has to be consistent. It's you see most players, they don't slow down. You try to term them as slow players, but they're actually not slow players. They're not slowing down. It's the speed is very consistent. It's just that maybe some ball stick or some shots require a little more attention than the others, and some players tend to look or gauge the shots a lot faster than others. But otherwise, this game is actually a pretty fast sport. If you see players, they are moving around the table pretty quickly. It's just when you get into a little bit of a tricky situation, you need a little more attention, which you will see from most players on the circuit as well.
Not that you have slow players. It's just a matter of, yeah, like you said, some players think of the shot faster than the others.
Yeah.
But I think every player needs to have a pre-shot routine.
Absolutely.
To be able to win matches consistently, not just win matches, but to be more consistent in winning, you need to have that pre-shot routine. It's a very important aspect of the game that you need to look into. Again, another lovely shot from Sourav. Pink seemed like a very difficult option, so chose to come in for a bog color. In this case, looks like he's going in for the yellow.
Didn't really get into that one as he would have liked, but he's okay. Seems fine. He's got the... Not sure if the reds that are closer to the left top pocket go. So didn't really strike that yellow as he would have liked. Way short on pace.
Didn't get much reaction on the cue ball as he would have liked to. I think the option that is available is to go for the pot and try and look at a safety option as well.
So looking for a shot to nothing here. Or actually had no attempt on the pot at that occasion. Just wanted to make sure he leaves his cue ball safe. He's got a 44-point lead in this frame, which could be pretty handy as this frame progresses. So no real big opportunity for Pankaj so far in this frame. He has made a few unforced errors, which is natural at this stage of the game when you're playing a big final. So we're still waiting to see what kind of form Pankaj is going to produce in this final. So far it's been fine. He's still 2-1 up.
But I think with this match, you're bound to get a lot of safety play, a lot of tight safeties from both players, both of them being well-renowned in terms of their billiards game. Both seem to have a very good safety plan when they are at the table.
Yeah, both are tactically very strong players, have great knowledge about the game, great knowledge about all the angles on the table. This frame seems to be heading towards a very scrappy finish, with most of the reds tucked towards the cushion, black not being available, blue not on its spot. So it doesn't look like a frame that's going to be finishing very soon. In a long match like 11 frames match, you will end up getting a few frames like these. Well, just what he feared, that double kiss. There have been some errors from Pankaj in this frame, but on both occasions they've been forced errors, not unforced. The error being forced there by a good safety by SOURAV Kothari, and hasn't left him anything easy. Struck that very well. Just got the pink on the way, but he's alright. I think he is on one of the block colors. If he has a good angle on the brown or the yellow, could take him back to the top of the table. So that error from Pankaj could be costly rather. And SOURAV already has a 45-point lead in this frame.
Hello ladies and gents. Hello Sasha. How are you doing today?
Very good. Good to have you here with us.
Yeah, nice to see you here, Sasha, and we were missing you here at the tournament.
Well, not the result that I was expecting. I lost out in the round of 64. Would have loved to go on a little longer, but yeah, I'm happy to still be a part of the event here. It's a great tournament to be a part of, whether you're on the table or you're off it. So
Definitely, we can see that from the professionalism over here and the conditions being provided. And I too have had a great experience being a part of the team here at PSA.
absolutely. So here another good opportunity here for SOURAV. He's striking the ball beautifully. Looks to be in control. Got a 57-point lead. Should try and close out the frame in this visit. He's got one more red in the open before he can start working towards the two reds which are on the top and the side cushions. Finished nicely behind this red. So this red and a color should seal this frame for him. The 67 on the table with 63 lead, so this red pretty much frame ball. This picture is coming to you live on CSN Live, the Q Sports Network, who've been instrumental in providing live coverage of this entire tournament from the round of 64. Ali and his team have done fantastically to make sure that you guys get to watch some great snooker from the confines of your home or wherever you are.
Good shot. Yeah.
Excellent pot there by SOURAV. Pressure pot, frame ball, and he's nicely on this pink to cannon onto those two reds. Not opting to go for that because obviously trying to make sure that he confirms the frame first.
Yeah.
And now he's got a commanding lead, 70 points. I don't see Pankaj coming back to the table with just 53 or 51 rather on the table.
Evenly poised over here with almost the scores most probably going to become 2-all.
Well,
we are in for an interesting final.
And give this a shot. 19 points apart, so 5 snookers required.
So Sasha, as a coach, you have a lot of experience, and recently I think you've finished your certifications at WPBSA as well. So you're definitely the right person to ask and guide viewers as well. So could you take us through like how players deal with this pressure when having to come back from behind or play at such a big level?
Well, the simplest way, to look at it in any particular sport that you're playing is when you're playing high pressure matches, you got to follow. It's easier said than done, like we keep saying, and you hear this a lot on television when you probably watch cricket matches. Is try and follow the process. If you've done this on a table, like you've potted the black 100 times from the spot, but when you have to pot that for a black to win the frame, the pressure kicks in. All you got to do at that time is go back and focus on the 100 times that you've potted the black from the spot, and just think about the process. Don't worry about the result, don't worry about the surroundings, and that's the only way to handle pressure when you're playing at the highest level, because this game is all about pressure. When it comes to at a certain point of time, the technical aspect of the game goes away, and it's about how you can handle the pressure and how strong you are mentally going forward. So the best way to do that is to follow the process, practice. While you practice, obviously, the muscle memory kicks in, so you go back onto the table and you think about the times that you've done it. Visualization is a very, very important factor now in the sport. So if you're able to visualize, when you're sitting on the chair and your opponent is on the table, you need to switch off. You need to try and visualize on your game rather than focus on what the opponent is doing. So these are a few hacks that you need to work on if you want to succeed at the highest level. Mark Allen is a great example of it in the recent past. Well, we finished. We'll have to come back to that. I think he's muted me from there. Well, the end of frame number 4. We'll come back to you for frame number 5 and more information on how to handle pressure. Stay tuned. Alright, 2 frames apiece as we get into frame number 5. Pankaj Advani to break. It's been a good start to the finals. Both players playing equally well, and that's why the score line reads as well. So tied at 2 frames each.
Some disturbance in the crowd. Our referee for the finals, Mr. Wasim Ahmed, pointing that out. Wasim Ahmed is an internationally certified gold class referee. He's had the experience of officiating at the World Championships, the Indian Open, and other regional championships as well. So it's safe to say that the finals in good hands.
Absolutely. We've been very fortunate to have someone like Wasim Ahmed as one of the referees in this final game. He's right up there when it comes to the gold class standards of international referees in our country. So here's a chance for Sourav. He's going to take this on.
Sometimes, Sasha, you'll probably agree with it that when a venue has been prepared too well, that could cause problems. Like as we can see, that since the venue has been made in such a way that it's so quiet today and the players have the best playing conditions, you can see that even small noises being made by the scorer, things like that, are disturbing players. So that just goes to show that the preparations which have gone and taken place to give players the best conditions possible, and it's actually working against them.
Yeah, this game requires tremendous amount of concentration, so every little distraction is amplified. So even small things can disturb you when you're on the table. Sourav Kothari getting away with that particular miss, not leaving Pankaj an opportunity. I think Pankaj should find himself very unfortunate to have not got a better opportunity where he could have capitalized, but he's done well here. Left the cue ball tight to the black, and he's pushed the red towards the baulk area, which is going to pose a little bit of a problem for Sourav Kothari, because there's a red right up at the pocket. So he's going to have to think his way out of this one.
Yeah, one red's on the top end of the table, and there's another red also which is almost near the pocket at the baulk end. So Sourav will be trying to put Pankaj in a position where maybe Pankaj would sell the ball to him. So we have to see what
he'll have to just try and screw back and bring the cue ball back to the position it's at right now. It's probably the best bet that he can look for, best option for him, but it's not a very easy shot to execute.
Yeah, it's a very
trying to push it into the bunch, containing safety. So the pressure back on Pankaj Advani now. We could be heading into a re-rack.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
For a couple of more visits, and if both players agree.
Both have the reputation of being very tactical players, and we can already see them discussing for a re-rack, and I think, yeah.
Like we mentioned, both players have opted for the re-rack, and we're going to have The ball's put back and start frame number 5 once again. This is the best of 11 finals here at the Bangalore Snooker Academy, All India Open 15 Red Snooker. This is the 4th edition of the tournament. We've got 2 of India's best players competing against each other for the coveted trophy and that huge cash prize. The tournament carries a total cash prize of 9 lakhs, one of the biggest purses in the country when it comes to snooker. And it's been a closely fought contest so far, with neither player giving anybody any chances. We have seen a little bit of nerves from both players, which is pretty obvious. It is a big stage, it is the big final. And we're still waiting to see a nice big break from either of the players.
Thank you.
So PANKAJ ADVANI is going to break once again in frame number 5, which is being re-racked. As for the information of our viewers, sometimes when you end up in a situation where if you would probably put it in chess as a stalemate, both players can opt for a re-rack where the game becomes a little faster. Sometimes it does end up in a scenario where both players end up playing containing safeties. So to eradicate those kind of situations, you can opt for a re-rack, and that's what the players have done here.
Yeah, that's an interesting rule in the game of snooker, and sometimes even if the players want to continue, but if the referee feels that the position on the table is a stalemate, even the referee themselves can decide to re-rack the frame. So
I'm
that's
sure
an
you're the best person to judge that. You're a qualified referee now. So Bangalore Snooker Academy has been conducting this event for the last 4 years, and every single year they have upped the bar. This time around the total kitty is 9 lakhs, which is almost $1 million. Huge prize pot when it comes to Q Sport in our country. One of the biggest prize money tournament in the country, and we've seen the participation. We've got players from all over the country coming here, flying down from different parts to compete.
Yeah, definitely, and BSA is a team which has big plans for the future as well, and they've already expressed their interest and their vision to conduct bigger events in the near future. So I'm very excited, and so should everybody be for the plans which BSA plans to execute.
Absolutely, and we want more people like Rehan and his team to support this sport. It needs a lot of encouragement. It needs a lot of corporate backing, so to speak.
Yeah, on that note,
to take it to the next level.
Yeah, on that note, special thanks to sponsors who've partnered with BSA to help in organizing this event, like ABM, Lewis, Cell Plus, Global Access, Brute. Special thanks to them, because it's a great initiative on their part to come in and help support this game.
Absolutely, there is no way you can conduct a tournament of this stature, of this level, without the support and the backing of your sponsors. So we always want to go out there and give them a big shout out for supporting the sport, believing in the sport.
Saurav's contemplating which color to play for after potting this red, because you can see that the black's dead. He chose not to go for the pot and try a safety.
Yeah, no real value in going for that red. With the black not being available, he would have found it very difficult to get his cue ball back into box, so choosing for the safety option.
For those of you who haven't visited BSA before, you should definitely put that on your bucket list, because you could say that it's one of the best infrastructures for this game in the entire country, and you probably can't see that on the live streaming, but definitely you should put it on your bucket list as one of the places to visit if you're a Q Sports enthusiast. What do you say, Sasha?
I absolutely second that. Yes, there's no question about it. The infrastructure and the quality here is right up there in terms of international standards, and it's located in central part of Bangalore, Fraser Town, which is now referred to as Pulakeshi Nagar. You can easily find it on Google Maps, and make sure to drop in here, get a couple of frames of snooker. Great environment to play a good quality of game. We've got pool tables as well, so if you'd like to have a go at one of the pool tables, they've got 9 international standard snooker tables. So great facility here for all those people who want to come by, have a go.
This is a very good safety shot played by Pankaj, leaving Sourav in a tough position.
Yeah, a bit of a spot of bother for Sourav to find a way out of this one. Needs to find a way to get to the red, which is located right next to the black if he can, off the cushion, or perhaps leave the cue ball on the left side of the black on the top cushion if he can. Those are the options that he could probably look at. Pankaj putting Sourav in a bit of a pressure situation here. It's not been a high scoring final so far, but it's been a hard fought contest. Some good quality snooker, some close frames. Both players have had the opportunities, have made some unforced errors as well. So we are yet to see one of them really going on there and cracking off into a big scoring visit, or a big break that all the spectators and all the audiences want to watch. But it is the big final, so there are still nerves, and neither player wants to give the other an opportunity.
Wonderful shot by Pankaj to get in to the frame. He'll be looking to capitalize on the beautiful shot which he just played and try to score as many points as possible to go 3-2 up.
Yeah, didn't have the angle on the red to finish on the right side of the blue, but he's alright. He's left himself a little angle on the blue, which he probably can use to bring his cue ball back towards the top end of the table. Or maybe just screw and hold for the red that's available on the top right corner.
Can you imagine, Sasha, Pankaj and Sourav have been playing at each other's throats at the top level for almost 25 years now. They've both been competing ever since they were 12, 13, even in the junior circuit. Now they're playing in the senior circuit, both at the highest level, right from the junior stages now even to the seniors, the nationals, the internationals, world championships. So amazing, don't you think?
Absolutely. This is one of the great aspects of this game, the longevity of your career. You know, they both been playing, like you said, for over 2.5 decades, and I would probably say they've got a decade and more to go, and they may be at the peak of their careers right now, with all the knowledge that they've gained on the highest level, and still a lot to achieve. Pankaj has been there. He's achieved more than you can imagine, more than he would have ever imagined when he started the game off. He's made a mark for himself and for the country. He's put us on the map. SOURAV Kothari over the last few years also has been doing fantastically well at the world stage. So both of them have really contributed immensely to Indian snooker.
Yeah, Pankaj is somebody who's received the Padma Shri, the Padma Bhushan, Arjuna Award, etc. And that's the third highest civilian honor available to anybody in India, and that's a great achievement for any sport, let alone snooker. And we also have SOURAV, who's also an Arjuna awardee and has also received many state and national awards apart from that as well. So both are big and great stalwarts of Q sports in our country.
And we couldn't have asked for a better pairing here, to have two of those players of that stature competing in this final at BSA. So another opportunity here for SOURAV. Has the cue ball rolled enough?
I think he's landed in a bad position, and
so a couple of more hard-working shots,
yeah,
I must say, before he can get into
definitely
good shape into this visit or into this break. So just have to drop this blue in and leave himself a good angle on the next red. The pink seems to be okay if he's able to find himself on the right side of the red, and if he can soft screw for the pink, I think he's going to leave himself a better opportunity to make this visit count.
it's safe to say
The challenge in this frame so far has been the black being out of commission.
safe to say that the nerves haven't settled in yet. Probably need a couple more frames or some good visits, high scoring visits from each of them to play a bit more freely.
Yes, to be fair, they both haven't had, they've had one or two opportunities, but they really haven't had as many opportunities where the color balls have been on the spot, and there has always been a case of really working hard for their breaks. So it's not been easy going on both players. We've seen the 40s and the 50s. We've really not seen the single visit frame winning breaks yet.
Pankaj has been coming up with comprehensive wins all throughout the tournament, and SOURAV played an excellent match yesterday, scoring 2 centuries and including a century in the deciding frame to win the match.
Yes, he's coming into this final with great form behind him. He's had a good run in the tournament, hasn't really been challenged that much except for the semi-finals where it went all the way to the decider. And this looks like a promising effort so far. Sander hit that a little bit once again. It's not really going to be a very easy shot here for SOURAV to get his cue ball exactly where he wants it, but he does have a little bit of angle on the green to follow through all the way up to the top table. It really had to force the issue there. Like I said, just making things difficult when you finish on the wrong side of the ball. Break building is all about being on the on the right side of each ball.
Yeah, for people who haven't played the game probably and they see good players playing, they might find the game easy just because of how good the players who they're watching are. But only when you play the game will you realize how tough it is to really make breaks, even to probably pot a few balls which seem easy.
Yeah, that goes with every sport. You know, the professionals make the sport look so easy. When you watch a Tiger Woods or you watch a Federer on the tennis court, you know, the game looks so much easier than when you actually hold a golf club or a tennis racket. It's the same thing when it comes to snooker. The likes of Ronnie and, you know, Sean Murphy and Judd Trumps, they all make the game look so easy. And if you were to ask them, it's one of the most difficult sports to play, snooker, with the margin of error being so small. One of the most difficult sports to play, which can be made to look extremely easy by the professionals.
That was a good safety by Saurav, and Pankaj was able to come back with a good safety of his
Equally
own.
good safety of his own, yes. The key is always to try and see if you can get the cue ball as close to the back cushion as possible when you play the safety shot.
Correct.
Not
correct.
allowing your opponent to get his hand on the table.
Absolutely. And an added bonus would be for one of the balk colors to be blocking the reds as well.
Absolutely.
Sasha, like what goes through your mind while playing these safety shots? Are you looking to get it in a particular area, or are you looking to get it behind a particular color? Take us through probably the viewers to get a better idea as to what goes through these professionals' minds when they're looking to get the ball safe.
Well, there are two aspects to it. You need to either focus entirely on the cue ball and making sure that you leave the cue ball safe and not really worry about the object ball. At other times, if you can leave the object ball safe, you don't really need to worry about the cue ball. So there are going to be very rare times when you're able to control both when you're playing a safety game. If you can leave the cue ball tight to the cushion here and you have one of the reds which are slightly in the open, you're still okay. So you have to make sure that when you're playing the safety game, the tactical game, you got to focus on either or. The time you try to focus or take your focus from any one of the two, you are going to end up, you know, leaving your opponent an easy opportunity. The other thing to also make sure is try to give yourself the first chance and make sure that the opponent makes the first mistake, right? So even if you have a marginally difficult shot and you say, okay, you want to take it on, I would say opt for the safety. Make sure that you create yourself, make the opponent make the first mistake and make him create that opportunity for you.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what both these players are doing here right now.
Exactly.
Are trying to make sure that they force the error from the opposition, from the opponent, and get in. The balls seem to be very, very nicely placed in this frame. So the first mistake here could be very, very costly.
Yeah, patience. Patience is the key.
The last couple of frames, or rather the frame number 4 was also a little bit scrappy. We haven't, like I said, seen any flamboyance from either of the players. The game is going at a pretty slow pace right now.
Yeah, for sure. I think Pankaj
So
has.
there you go. He's made that opportunity for himself. He's created that opportunity. That's not happened by chance.
by playing good safeties.
Yes, you got to make sure that your safety game is as good as your the scoring game as well.
That's true. We can see in the case of a lot of youngsters these days that their attacking prowess is very good and they're able to score huge breaks consistently. But when they play matches and when they're faced with somebody who wants to win the frame by hook or crook, they just don't know how to cope up with the other player's tactical aspect.
Well, that comes with a lot of maturity. You know, as you keep playing the game, you know, if you look at some of the young players, the world professionals, you know, people like Judd Trump and Ronnie were very, very aggressive, very attacking players when they started off their careers. As the years have gone by, the game has changed. They're also now very, very tactically good. So even with the youngsters here in our country, I do understand at this, you know, when you start the game off, it's more about potting balls, getting the adrenaline high. When you hit a nice long pot, makes you feel good, which is fantastic. But as you go along, obviously, as you compete in more events, more tournaments, when you face defeat more often than you're winning, then you will actually end up looking at what are the aspects of the game that are affecting your result. And like I said, that comes with experience and maturity. So I wouldn't really worry about that too much at a youngster level, somebody who's really starting the game off. It's more about potting balls. The fun of potting balls is what is more important right now for a youngster. Yes, when you're playing a tournament, as you go along, you will realize that, you know, tactical safety play is as important as break building.
Yeah, as you said, it all comes with experience and maturity. And now Pankaj ended up in a bad situation where he tried to come on a red and he was blocked by the pink. So he didn't try to play a rash shot. He chose to play a good safety and wait for an opportunity, which worked out in his favor, with Saurav not being able to reply to Pankaj's good safety.
He's kind of gotten away with it, but I guess just going to play this as a shot to nothing, I guess. Trying to bring the cue ball back down to Bok. Execute that very well. Struck that nicely. Requesting the referee to have the white ball cleaned for the sake of our viewers. Sometimes you have chalk marks on the cue ball which can affect the contact on the object ball, and you ask the referee to clean the cue ball and have it put back when you're in amongst the balls and you don't want any unforeseen results, unexpected rather, or what we refer to as a kick.
Yeah. To put it into more layman terms, is basically because of the presence of a foreign substance on either the cue ball or the object ball. It changes the contact. So basically, if you try to hit the ball thick, it ends up hitting the ball thin, or if you try to hit the ball thin, you know, the contact changes to thick.
Yeah, just changing the course of the object ball from its original path. Pankaj has done well to find himself in a good spot here in this frame now.
He'll be probably looking to land on a red in such a way that he'll be able to open up the black and probably open up those two reds which are...
Yeah, he definitely want to bring the black into play as soon as possible. But I think he'll also be content with playing around the pink for a couple of more reds before he can really look at, because things, you don't want to do something that is not in your control when things can go wrong. This game is all about always being in control. So you'd want to keep the break going as long as you can with the ball being in your control. It's all about controlling that cue ball. And you take on the risky shot when you think, you know, you get to that path where you get to that position when you really need to.
Risk reward ratio, it's all about judging that.
Absolutely.
Wonderful shot by Pankaj.
He's lost the cue ball there. Looks like it's kissing the yellow, the blue ball.
So basically, when it's a...
Having a close look at this.
100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% Basically, when it's a touching ball, you can just play away from that ball. But if that ball ends up moving,
So what's
then
important here is for Pankaj to nominate the color that he's going to attempt. I'm sure Wasim Ahmed is well aware of that, but Pankaj will have to nominate one of the colors that he's attempting to now play. There you go.
And
So
he did
Pankaj
nominate the
Yes. So for all our viewers there, that's a very, very important aspect when you're playing a ball which is touching ball. Even if you're playing away from the ball, you have to nominate the blue ball. If it's touching the blue ball, if he was to hit the yellow, he would have had to nominate the yellow, or if he could hit the yellow also, having nominated the blue.
Yes.
Right. So it's very important that you nominate the color that you're playing.
You know, Sasha, there are so many interesting rules which even people who have played the game for years are not aware of. Can you imagine that there are 7 rules where 7 points will be awarded to your opponent, not involving the black?
Well, that's news to me as well.
Yeah. So, for example, like once the frame starts, and if you were to use another ball as the cue ball, let's say if you were to play with the yellow ball instead of the cue ball, if you're going to hit the yellow ball onto other object balls, 7 points are going to be awarded to your opponent.
Excellent.
And let's say in a respot situation, if you were going to touch any balls while the referee is trying to respot the balls together, 7 points go to your opponent.
Well, we're wiser today. And I'm sure as we go along watching this match, we are going to get more information from our referee sitting next to me, and learn a little bit more about the game as you go. It's all about learning. Struck that one beautifully, Pankaj. Nice long pot. And he's hit it well enough to get that cue ball rolling all the way towards the right side of the blue. Lots of top spin on that shot. Now he's going to stun into those 2 reds. Or one of them goes, I guess.
Yeah.
Those 2 reds are portable in the left corner, so
just be
opting
looking
to just play behind them.
to not get straight on those 2 reds. He'll just be looking to leave himself an angle, and I think he has that angle. He has a long blue, mid-range blue to the long pocket, or the pink. I think he's going ahead with the pink.
So he's got a 30-point lead in this frame. Crucial lead. $51 points still available. So red is what Pankaj should be looking to get to close out frame number 5 and go back in the lead. Not really timed that very well. Was looking to come around the pink into the same pocket. Unfortunate to have cannoned it, but has he got some fortune? He's left the black on. Certainly didn't play for the black, but well, fortune favors the brave.
I think he's blocked.
Still not striking it as well as he would have. He normally does, right? He's one of those players who's always got the cue ball in control. We've not really seen that today. He's lost the cue ball on a couple of occasions. Even on that occasion, really didn't get into the ball too much. Wanted it to screw back a little more so he could have finished behind the black for the red in one of the corner pockets. So having to play a safety here, but he's got a commanding lead in this frame. 39 points with 43 on the table, and this safety shot is has to be well thought of, and making sure that he keeps the pressure on SOURAV Kothari and use that lead effectively.
Yeah, I think he'll be looking to probably leave the red behind the black and get the cue ball.
No, not he's definitely not going to leave that. There are two reds there, so he has to bring the cue ball back to Bok.
Yeah, but back to Bok, probably near the brown or yellow.
Yeah, leaving the red behind the black
Yeah.
is what he meant. He's done well there.
I think that was a miss.
Yes, just applying a little bit of right side to the cue ball, making it swerve away. Unintentional. But Pankaj will happily take that. Foul and a miss called by the referee, Wasim Ahmed.
Yeah, in few tournaments there would be a miss call even on a tie, and few tournaments they follow the rules where they don't call a miss on a tie. But this tournament's following the rule that you can call a miss even on a tie. But Pankaj opts to play, try and get SOURAV into more trouble than he previously was. He decides to go ahead with the respot.
So 43 points in the lead with 43 on the table. It's been that kind of final so far. Closely contested frames. Pankaj being the favourite to win this frame as of now. And also going into this finals with a little bit of, confidence, and maybe being the favourite here, having won this tournament in the past. Did lose out last year to Ishpreet in the semi-finals, so he would want to, definitely come back this year and win this tournament.
It's very exciting to see our local players making it big in the national circuit now. The players from Karnataka, Manudev and Sean Davis, who unfortunately were pitted against each other because of the draw in the quarterfinals, and where one of them had to beat the other to go on to the semi-final stage. A closely contested match, but went in Manudev's favor because Manudev played really well, and also he had a good ball run, you could say, during that match.
Yeah, we've always had great players from Karnataka. Some of the legends of the game have been from Karnataka, going all the way back to the years of Arvind Savoor, who is also Pankaj's coach. Pankaj started off under his guidance, and we've seen some legendary players from Karnataka over the years. Also want to mention the name of V. Bhaskar. He's one of the best exponents of the billiards game the country has ever seen. Really talented billiards player, and plays a very good snooker game as well. He doesn't give himself enough credit for the snooker that he plays. I think he should be, playing more snooker than he actually does end up playing, and these are the tournaments that I would wish to see him participate in. But having said that, yes, he's a class billiards player. So we have seen a lot of good players from Karnataka. Another player who did fantastically well this year or in this tournament was Varsha Sanjeev, the women's national champion, who beat BC Karthik in the round of 32, or in the round of 64 rather. So she did fantastically well, BC Karthik being among the top ranked players in the state.
Yeah, BC has been a state champion as well. He's a former state champion as well.
So it's excellent for the sport, and the sport also picking up with the ladies is a good sign. Another youngster from Karnataka, Tia or Natasha, is that what her full name is?
Yeah,
is also doing exceedingly well. So we've had a lot of talent from Karnataka on the world stage as well.
yeah, we've also been able to witness the development of Sean Davis, who has really improved over the last couple of years. He's been honing his skills, has been working really hard, and those efforts are paying off with him winning this year's state championship, and his performances improving over the editions of BSA itself. So this year he's reached the quarterfinals, hoping he does better in the tournament slated for the coming months, and probably let's see him lifting the BSA title next year.
Absolutely, he should be working harder towards that. Pankaj has done well to make that long pot and create an opportunity for himself to go ahead and win this fifth frame. $35 points still on the table. Sourav continues to play. Yes, Sean Davis has done fantastically well over the last year, produced some great results, and that's the end of frame number 5. We're going to take a short break. It's Pankaj Advani who leads 3-2 in this final of 11 frames. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned. We're going to be back in a short while. We've got a 15-minute break, and we're going to see you guys back here for frame number 6.
Just explain them this. you. Frame 6, score 2-3.
Just a 15-minute mid-session interval taken by both players. Just give them a little bit of time to refresh and restart. It's been a slow-paced final so far. I've been joined by my fellow commentator Sean Davis.
Thank you, Sean.
Sean, neck and neck so far.
It's at this point it is difficult to pick out a winner. Looking at the fact that the person that we thought would most likely win the match would be PANKAJ, but Saurav keeps pitching in with this bit of
his gritty play.
yeah,
He's
just fighting it out. And
you know, his never say die attitude.
yeah, he doesn't seem to be giving PANKAJ that edge. PANKAJ has been leading frame-wise, but Saurav seems to be catching up and not allowing him to run away with the match, which is a good thing. That's what we want in the final. You wanted to
Yeah, it's a close encounter. We wanted to go all the way down to the wire for the sake of our spectators. We also want to see some big breaks in the process.
yeah, but right now I think the tactical play has been so good that it's giving that either player has got a chance to just go all out.
Yes, they've been very, very good when it comes to their safety play.
I think this match has produced the best safety player that I've seen in the entire tournament, to be honest. Both players neck and neck. It's difficult to pick or choose the one that has been better so far. It's just that PANKAJ has had the upper hand. But not to take anything away from Saurav, he has been fighting it out. He's been right there in the mix of it all.
Yes, it's been a evenly contested battle so far.
The last couple of frames have been slow. Hopefully this will be a lot. There'll be more reporting as well. We've seen the safety play for both players. Both of them executing safety play at its best in this final. But looking for a more attacking game, I think that will take a while for them to, or will take a frame or two before that happens.
Yeah, and it also depends on getting the right opportunities with the color balls being on their spots, which hasn't happened in the last few frames. There haven't been those kind of opportunities where break building has been easy.
Yeah.
They've had to really work hard on scoring. So
Yeah, they work really hard. Their potting has been phenomenal, not to take that away from them. That is, no matter however safe you end up playing, it's the potting that gets you the victory in this game. But with that being said, both of them have a very strong background in billiards. Both of them masters in their own right in terms of billiards. And the understanding of the table, the angles, just shows how good they are and how hard they worked with the game.
that's
Both
true.
of us being players ourselves, being able to play the sport.
Yeah, and the additional knowledge of billiards is a great asset when you bring that to the snooker table as well. And both of them have shown that here. It's very evident.
Absolutely, I agree 100%. The knowledge of billiards does help with snooker. I have seen it to believe it, not by just listening to what people say, but I've noticed that in my game as well. The fact that I've learned to play a little bit of billiards has helped me with my knowledge in terms of safety play, and it's helped me with snooker as well in terms of positional play. But it is something that can be debated on. It's not, everyone has their own views on things, but this is just as per what I've seen, what I've done for myself, which is what I'm talking about. Different people have different views, and you need to respect it all. But yeah, it does help to an extent, and it's just what you take from it is what's important.
It's definitely an added bonus. It's always helpful to have more arsenal when you get on to the table. A little error there from Sourav in the safety that he attempted, getting a double kiss on that red, and that puts Pankaj in. He's got a good angle on this blue, and
unlike the other frames, this has most of the colors on the spots. I think it's just a thing that is off its spot, but it is accessible. It's not.
Yes, black available in both top pockets. Blue is on its spot. Great opportunity here for Pankaj in frame number 6. And if he does go on to make a sizable break here, or a frame-winning break in this visit, I think that will set the course for the remaining part of this match, I guess. And a little more pressure on Sourav when he comes back. So let's wait and watch and make sure that, and Pankaj can make sure that he makes a sizable contribution.
Yeah, we can see what damage. Pankaj should be able to make a sizable contribution with this visit, but not take anything away from Sourav. You've seen what he can do under pressure, so I'm kind of excited to see what he does after this situation, how he comes out of it, how he approaches the frames following this. The frame is still not over, it's still early days in the game. Early days in the frame.
In this particular frame, yes.
But just wait and see how it goes. Pankaj, if he does win this, gets a 2-frame advantage, which would put him in the driver's seat. But you can't. Something tells me that you can't count Sourav out just yet. I think he's going to come back all guns blazing, but it's something we have to look forward to.
So first real break building opportunity for Pankaj in this match. Right in amongst the balls. And he's a master at break building, as we've seen in the past. Great cue ball control, great knowledge about the game, always making sure he's on the right side of the object ball.
He overran the red that he intended to play on to the left of the black.
Yeah.
So chose to go
Always knowing that he had the insurance of that one near the center pocket. So just losing his way a little bit, which has been the course of the match so far. And we've seen, the players having to recover as opposed to really making the break around the top of the table. There has been the occasion where they've lost the cue ball and had to recover, and that's where things go wrong.
Absolutely. It's just that once you run out of position, trying to get into position again takes you about 2 or 3 shots. A little bit of power game, which does make you falter in the positional aspect of it. But it looks like Pankaj is come back or has. I think
And that's end of break once again. Like we said, hasn't been able to hold on to the position that he had, and it's going to be back to some tactical battle. Sourav must be breathing
safety.
a sigh of relief.
Absolutely manages to get back on the table, but with that being said, he's not put in an ideal position. He is Pankaj just placed the cue ball behind the yellow towards the ball cushion.
Excellent safety shot there
That
by
was a
Pankaj.
Safety shot, so that puts a little more pressure on the shot than Saurav would have liked to be in.
It's also a good message for all our viewers and youngsters who watch the game, is if you do end up losing position, make sure you concentrate on the next shot and keep the pressure on the opponent rather than just losing hope of losing position and then playing a weak safety shot. The safety shot is equally important when when you run out of position, to make sure that you get yourself the opportunity to go back there and score heavily again.
Yeah, I think that is one of the parts of the game that India needs to work harder on. Talk about all players from India in terms of positional play. Once they run out of position, if they do have a chance, they end up going for a 50-50 shot as compared to choosing the safety option. I think that's where most of the players lose out. And that is one of the things that you can learn from the top players, the greats in the game. They do not miss out on the opportunity, and when they don't have that shot that could help them win the frame, they do go for their shots, but they also have...
They're happy to take the
to
medicine. So that good safety.
Created an opportunity for themselves.
And he's back on the table once again.
He's landed beautifully on the blue to be able to...
Just going to try and play. There are a few reds in the open as of now, so doesn't really have to work too hard on opening out the bunch just as yet. Can play around the 3 open reds. We've got the red on the left side of the bunch, which goes, the one just above the bunch as well goes. So he has a few reds before he can start working on cannoning out a few more. Once again, just lost the cue ball a wee bit. Oops.
Excellent recovery shot from Pankaj.
40.
A shot to nothing now attempted by him. Just managed to run out of position.
He has been losing the cue ball on more occasions than one. Like we said, it's not been a tournament where he's really been fluent at his fluent best, but he's working hard. This
is the other side of Pankaj's game, where he fights to the end. That never give up kind of attitude that you've got to appreciate. The last few tournaments not going his way, not performing as well as he wants to, but still understanding the situation now and trying to fight it out as compared to forcing his way through. You've got to give it to him. He has been working hard on this game, both even on the mental aspect of it. He's been working really hard with his brother.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he works really hard with his brother, who helps him
with the mental aspect of the game.
Yeah.
No, and as is the case with pretty much every sport, you do have your ups and downs. You do have your phases when you're not really performing at peak, which everybody goes through. It's a phenomena that everybody has to go through. There are times when you have to battle harder, when the game looks more difficult, things around you may not be, you may not be in the best mind space. There's so many factors involved in being at your prime, and that's what professional sport is all about, right? Having to tune in, and even when when things aren't going for you, how do you battle it? How do you battle out there and still be able to produce results? And Pankaj has done that on numerous occasions in the past. He's probably one of the most mentally strong players on the circuit there is in our country.
which is also important. I think all of that shows shows when he's at the table.
Absolutely, yeah. He's he's got no vices. He's just as we were talking about Pankaj's brother. He just walks in. Good to have Shri Advani. We just spoke about you, Shri, and you've surprised us with this visit. We are happy to see you and happy to have you here with us.
Thank you. Glad to be here. I didn't realize I'd be getting into the commentary box, but now that I'm here, let's talk snooker.
Yeah, we're an informal group. There are no formalities. We love the game. We love the sport.
Yep.
And I was,
family?
yeah, absolutely. And I was just mentioning to Sean about, in every single sport, you have phases in your game where you're not at your peak, you're not at your prime best as you would want to be. And I don't know if you've watched some of the games that Pankaj has been playing, but he seems to be a little bit off as compared to what we've seen at his highest best. In terms of maybe ball striking, there's been a little error in terms of ball control. So things haven't really gone as per plan sometimes during the course of his break. And it's his mental ability to hang in there, win those matches even when things aren't going as well as he would have probably liked it to go. And you're probably the right person to help us assess that.
Sure, thanks for the space. Yes, so if you're talking about off-color, you may be referring to breaks, which I don't think is a true measure of.
Not really the breaks, Shri. I'm not talking about. I'm not looking at the amount of centuries he's probably scored in this tournament. But there have been these times, especially in the finals, which where he's lost the cue ball on an occasion or two, where he probably on a practice table or at a tournament when he's really striking it well would not have. He would have converted that into a frame-winning visit, a frame-winning break. So you just feel there is, when we've known him and we've watched him play often enough,
Sure.
and I'm like I said, you're probably the best person to assess that. Yeah.
So I would say that I think it's all Pankaj's own doing. He has set the bar so high for himself.
Absolutely.
It has raised every Q Sports enthusiast's expectation so much that at times he reminds us that how human he really is. Yet, like you said, despite not being playing in a prolific way that he has been over the years, and it's a lot of years, let's not forget that.
Absolutely.
He's now probably in his 27th year of the game, out of which he's been playing competitive. So since his first world title, which is when he was 18, now he's 37, almost 38. So we're talking 2 decades of winning, right? If you want to talk about recent form, well, he's the only one who's been in the finals of the CCI snooker, which was held recently, and he beat Stephen Lee in the finals. He was in the finals of the CCI billiards, and he beat.
That was a convincing victory. Absolutely.
Yes. And he's in the finals here too. So all the big tournaments. Not to mention, he's the reigning Asian and world champion in billiards. So I think he's done pretty well for himself. It's just that we always expect maybe a certain level from him. But I think it's important to also note that despite not playing at a level that we expect, he's still delivering.
Exactly my point there. So that's what I was, trying to imply is when you can keep that game going at the highest level, you're playing against a very, very competitive opponent, and you're still holding ground. Is such a mental. It's more of a mental ability than a technical ability.
And he's see, the thing is, we normally measure a performance by breaks, number of visits, but we can't really quantify grit.
Absolutely, yeah.
Or the tenacity to hang in there regardless of the level of form or feel.
And this is a great example of that. This is what you would expect from someone like Pankaj, to always be there and compete.
And despite everything, see, you know, you have the big names in snooker, the reigning national champion Kamal Chawla, former pro Aditya Mehta, Lakshman Rawat, Ishpreet Chadda. A lot of these heavy, hardcore snooker players who are not figuring in the final.
Absolutely.
Right? So this shows that this is a lot more than just potting balls and building breaks.
I totally agree with you.
And Saurav has proven to be a fierce competitor in cue sports, both billiards and snooker. So this is quite a fitting final for us to realize that it's not only about snooker prowess. It takes a lot more than that to excel in any sport for that matter.
Well, that's perfectly put, Shri. And this final is, you know, an example of that. We're watching some good snooker. We've seen some hard-fought frames so far, and it's neck and neck.
Yes, it's a tactically heavy final. There is a lot. These two are unbelievable in billiards. They know the angles. They know every square inch of the table, and they're exploiting that knowledge.
Yeah, we just brought that up a few moments back with Sean as well, where both players being great exponents of the billiards game, and their safety players kind of demonstrated that. And
repeating what you guys
no, I'm glad that you're so we're all seeing it the same way, which is more important, right? We're all looking at the game from that point of view.
Yeah, I was
once again another excellent safety shot.
I was just hoping for a little more of snooker, a little more potting. The tactical play has kind of taken over, where there is, of course, it's representative of the fact that there's a lot of mutual respect, and realizing that one opening can mean that they lose the frame to the opponent. So that's a good sign. But yeah, the game, I feel, has been slowed down a bit by the tactical.
Yeah, there have been the odd opportunities. Like I said, in the start of this frame, there was this opportunity for Pankaj to convert, unforced, an unforced error, maybe lost the cue ball, and then the frames have ended up getting a little, scrappy because the cue ball, the color balls have kind of lost position. So.
Well, that's true. I think the only blues in play, so this is going to be dragged out a bit. Pankaj just fluked the red and doesn't have much option now because all the colors are dead on the cushion. So Pankaj will just try and put his opponent in an uncomfortable position, hoping for him to force the error and create another opening.
Yeah.
With a 40-8 lead.
Didn't want to get that double kiss on the brown. He was looking to just maybe leave the cue ball behind the yellow if there was space enough there.
To make queuing a bigger challenge, right?
Yeah.
Now there's a half chance. I'm sure Pankaj will take it on. A couple of options.
So these opportunities have been few and far in between for players to really be aggressive. The attacking play, they've not shied away from it. What are you saying? All right, once again, I think we need to welcome Shri back.
Now I'm live. Thanks,
A little bit of a technical error there, Shri, but we're good to have you back.
Thank you. Thanks, Asha. Good to be here. Didn't realize I'd be in the commentary box, but come to watch second half of the final and love your coverage so far.
Yeah, and it's been an intriguing final. It's been a hard-fought contest. It's been a little slow-paced, but it's been exciting nevertheless.
Totally.
Gritty from both players, having to work hard. Sometimes the game looks too easy, and there are times when you really find out that the game is not as easy as it looks, and we've seen that in this final.
Well, the good news is the black is released.
Yeah, had no option but to try and play that shot, and he's left his cue ball in, you know, fairly safe area. One of the rare scenarios in snooker where you have pretty much all the color balls in the balk area.
So Pankaj gets the red.
Half a chance here, I would say, if he can drop this blue in, maybe create a better chance for him to build this break
And extend that lead. Oh, just missed. Left sort of on with the straight red.
Definitely wasn't a gimme. It wasn't the easiest spot. Pankaj has always been a very good player with the rest. Probably one of the very few occasions I've seen Pankaj missing with the rest. You never see him missing with the rest.
I remember in the younger days he had to get used to the rest a lot because he didn't have the height. So majority of the game was played by him with the rest. So he has gained a lot of experience
and more confidence. I think
confidence and comfort.
Yeah, rest play is a lot to do with confidence. A lot of players give themselves, you know, they put themselves already in a spot of, you know, missing the ball if they know they have to use the rest. So which is not the case with Pankaj. You know, he's very comfortable with the rest in hand, and that's one of the rare occasions that I've seen him miss. But another good opportunity of a Sourav to capitalize on a mistake. He's done well there.
Now left to be seen what Sourav does.
Not really sure if the blue pots.
He can get the pink off
and
the
the
blue.
pink is on though, yeah.
I think he's checking that out exactly.
But that's an important lead that Pankaj has right now. 32 points in a tight frame like this. It could really count when it gets down to the colors.
This will take a lot of skill for Sourav to. Lovely shot. Didn't need the support of the blue. Direct pot.
Yeah.
That opened red now in the center of the table, offering him a chance to build on this possible break. And he'll have to probably be content with the pink for majority of the remainder reds. It's going to be tricky. Reds are on the cushion, 3 out of 4. So, like I said, a lot of skill in terms of potting as well as positioning.
Could be a good table for the tough table contest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. If Sourav is able to go on and clear from here, it would be one of the best clearances of the tournament.
Absolutely. It'll be an incredible clearance. Although I do have my reservations. I believe both players will have a few exchanges before the end of this frame.
Yeah. Brown and yellow tied to the bottom cushion. He's left himself a nice angle on this pink to be able to come right behind this red. So it's been a good break so far.
Yes.
Having to work really hard with that cue ball.
And he's looking to bridge that gap. The 30 odd points that Pankaj had. Now, has he left himself enough queuing space for that?
Yeah, just about fortunate to have got that kiss on the red and pushed the red away. But that's made the next red a little more difficult.
I think he'll just be happy to come in the vicinity of Pankaj's score and then battle it out from there. So as we were discussing, Pankaj has made he has set the bar so high, like you were discussing earlier about his current
Yeah,
level.
we wanted to
And,
bring that up in terms of how his performance has been in this tournament.
Yes.
And we've missed seeing those centuries which we are so used to seeing from Pankaj, and it's probably because of the fact that he set the bar so high for himself that we're so used to him getting on a table and clearing up on more occasions than one, which has not been the case in this tournament. He's really had to work hard for his points, hard for his matches, and he's made it to the finals with a lot of grit and the mental ability that he's mentally strong and he's able to absorb the pressure. So I think you're probably the best person to give us a little more insight into how it's been over the last couple of months or maybe a year, and we've seen him really perform well on the world stage. He's won the CCI like you.
Yes, so he's in the recent tournaments, he's the common name figuring in every final. CCI snooker, he beat Stephen Lee in the final. CCI billiards, he beat Rob Hall in the final.
And that was a convincing victory in the final against Rob Hall. That was a whitewash.
600 plus break followed by a 500, and so he's playing both sports really well. He went to China and played the Chinese 8-ball pool and made it to the top 32 of the world on debut, which is an incredible achievement given that he has no experience with pool whatsoever. It's a tighter table, crazy rules. So he's now added one more sport to his portfolio. He was redefining the term specialization. Normally we look at it in a singular sense. And there were times when he had to make a choice. Authorities told him, you cannot represent India in Asian Games in billiards and snooker. You have to pick one, whereas he qualified in both rightfully. Right, and of course that was back then. There was some other forces in play which I don't want to get into, but he ended up choosing billiards. He went on to win the Asian Games gold medal then, but he had chances in snooker as well. So he has taken on this as a challenge to say, I can specialize in two, and he has done that. He's the reigning Asian billiards champion, reigning world billiards champion. So he's won quite a bit in the last few months. So yes, he may not be playing the kind of snooker that we expect of him. Nonetheless, he does show up when needed.
Yeah, I mean, he's still a really tough opponent to beat and get past.
Yeah, he doesn't give up. He doesn't give you a chance to rattle him. That's his biggest strength.
Absolutely. This frame's still open. Could go both ways. Just 12 points between the two.
27 on table.
It's a little mistake there by Pankaj. Didn't want that kiss on the pink. Tried to play that yellow as a shot to nothing. Wanted to come back to the balk, but unfortunately catching the pink on the way back, and the little opportunity, another half a chance for Sourav maybe. But the colour balls are still very, very awkwardly placed. So it's still not going to be a run-of-the-mill clearance if he was to pot this yellow.
We can expect snookers. Expect to see them.
Where is he finished with the cue ball? Has he snookered himself here?
Very possible.
I think he can just pass the pink to see the green. So he would now definitely want to look and see if he can leave the cue ball nice in behind the pink and get the green off two cushions onto the top end of the table. Would probably be his plan. If he's able to do that, he will put some pressure on Pankaj in this frame, because it's one of those frames opting for the other route, trying to get the green closer to one of the blue and the black. So if Pankaj was to miss from here, the free ball comes into play.
Yes.
That's probably the thinking behind that shot.
Trying to force the error from punks.
The green was on. He's been a little fortunate there.
Managed to take the green out of that cluster and keep it in play.
extremely close to those two balls. Sourav Kothari, referee is watching keenly. I'm not sure if he's all right. I think he's all right. He's done well to leave the green in a safe position.
This is a very crucial frame for both players. For one, he'd want to draw parity, and the other would like to extend his lead.
Yeah, a two-frame cushion would obviously give him a lot of confidence going into the next frame. And Sourav has been right under Pankaj's throat for every single frame. You know, he hasn't let that lead go past one.
Yeah, Sourav has been right up there with him.
This looks like an interesting battle.
Yeah,
I know it's not as exciting as watching a 147, but sometimes these battles are also very intriguing, also show the quality of a snooker player.
Absolutely. In fact, Pankaj was on a 147 earlier in the tournament. He had potted 12 reds, 12 blacks, 96, and Mr. Red in the center. But that would have been very, very interesting. So Pankaj trying to get the cue ball.
One of the more difficult shots to play in the game. When your object ball is very close to the cushion, you got to make sure you don't have the contact very thick.
It's given sort of a free
Yeah,
run.
free headed it, yeah. He's got a shot to nothing if he can. And he's also got an opportunity here to try and bring the cue ball in behind the brown or the pink.
Sourav has missed it. Where's the cue ball going to land?
And more importantly, where is the green? I think the green has come down.
Oh, he's showing his hand in the
Just
form
a
of
bit
an apology.
more than, yeah.
Meaning he's got Pankaj where he wanted him to. Not intended though, he went for the pot, but he won't mind the snooker. Pankaj plays a swerve, escapes, and will be reasonably happy with that outcome.
So what's the journey been like for Pankaj over the last couple of years? How have things changed since his marriage?
I was just going to say, a couple of years
he's
is
switching in between Bangalore and Mumbai more now. So how has that affected his game, or overall?
Yeah, no, I think in fact it's helped him. He gets a chance to get out of the mundane routine. He's always been a fond traveler, and he's always said that if he was never a Q sports athlete, he would have loved to have been a pilot, because that involves traveling. So he's living the dream of constantly traveling, and he has his in-laws in Bombay who adore him and look after him like their own son, and I'm sure he goes there and enjoys a bit of that pampering and gets to practice there. He goes there for some of his other work, and the shuttle between two cities is something that he enjoys.
So it's worked out perfectly for him, and couldn't have asked for anything better.
Absolutely.
Got a great life partner. And I mean, yeah, he's always been in a good space mentally, and even better space now.
Yes. Yeah, the mental space is the most important for any athlete. You want to perform at any level. It's important that your personal life is in good shape. At the same time, working on it. So, Sourav has...
Couldn't have avoided that. It was
very well placed by Pankaj. So, forcing the error. This should be a free ball. We'll have to see.
Should be.
Free ball, black.
Yeah, free ball called by the referee. So for the sake of our viewers, when you do have a free ball, you're still allowed to plant the ball off another color. So Pankaj choosing the black and then playing the green off the black. And now he can continue to play the green and pot the balls in the order.
6.
So Pankaj now 21 points ahead with 22 on the table, needing brown
to secure this frame. So good turn of events there suddenly with a good safety shot and an opportunity that was created by that safety shot, which should now take Pankaj over the line in this frame. We'll have to wait and see if Saurav comes back to the table.
Yeah, he's tons of experience. I'm sure he's been in many such situations before.
Pankaj just trying to leave the blue ball at the pocket. A good attempt there by Saurav.
Pankaj is going to want to wrap this up and move on to the 7th frame.
That should pretty much do it.
Saurav will be forced to pot the blue because there's no way out, and then he may attempt to snook on the pink behind the black.
And he's missed the blue, and I think that should be frame number.
Yes.
So 2 frame lead now for Pankaj in this final.
Critical.
He leads 4-2. We'll be right back for the next frame in a short while. Right, so Pankaj to break off frame number 7 with a 2 frame lead. And I'm still in conversation with Shri Advani, Pankaj's elder brother.
Hi Sasha. Yeah, that was a crucial frame for Pankaj to clinch, making him within striking distance of that title. He's 2 frames away, whereas Saurav will need 4 out of the next potential 6 in this best of 11.
Absolutely. And it was a hard fought frame. And
a lot of this is to do with patience, Sasha. This is a patient person's game, and Pankaj, I know as a family member, he is the patient one in our household. He'll outlast anybody, and we will give up, we will give in, and he will still be standing strong. So a phenomenal quality that works in his favor in this Beautiful sport.
And his temperament as well. I think one of the key ingredients of any sport, any athlete, is temperament.
He's known to be a very dangerous opponent when down. So on the circuit for many years, it has been said that when the chips are down, Punks is up.
And we've seen that. And, I think we've both had first-hand experience at that.
Definitely.
At some of the tournaments that we've, watched him play live on so many occasions where the chips are down, where he's probably looks like being out of contention and he comes back. That's a quality. That's one of those. That's a champion's quality, I guess.
That happened to him even in 2003 in China when he was playing his first ever men's World Snooker Championship. He was a rank outsider. No one had heard about him on the international scene. Pre-quarterfinals against, I think it was a Chinese, if I'm not mistaken, but that was 20 years ago. But he was, the Chinese just needed one more frame, and Pankaj needed a snook off the last red. He managed to get it. He won somehow. The slice of luck won that frame. Then he fought his way back, and in the decider eliminated his opponent. Then went on to do a similar thing in the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then in the finals he had a convincing victory over Mohamed Salah, clinching his first world title at the age of 18.
Wow, 20 years since.
And
First opportunity in this frame for Pankaj?
Yes. Red and pink. Pink has gone to the blue spot since its original spot was blocked. Now Pankaj is going to play the pink and
so these are the situations, Shri, which I mentioned to you earlier, is when, having watched Pankaj on numerous occasions with the balls being situated like this, you would expect him to be, to make a sizable contribution, a frame-winning visit. And there have been occasions in the last couple of frames where he's just erred a little bit.
Yes.
So here's another example, and here's another chance for us to see if he can put the previous mistakes past him.
Well, we can only hope. But like I was mentioning earlier, the heavyweights of Indian snooker, Aditya Mehta, Preet, Kamal Chawla, Lakshman Rawat,
15.
they too have been seen to struggle in this tournament. And while they're very happy with the conditions, it just goes to show that it's not only about form. There's a lot more in play.
Absolutely,
here.
yeah.
How bad do you want to stay in the tournament and stay in the game?
And Saurav has done that as well, right? He's over the last couple of years, if you've been following his game as well, he's had some tremendous achievements on the world stage. He's done really well for himself.
Absolutely.
And
Saurav has been growing strength to strength as a competitor, not only at the national but at the international level too. He's made he's made a splash. He's got a very dedicated father who's a world champion himself, Manoj Kothari, an excellent player and an even more excellent person. And the beauty about this game, Sasha, is that it's a gentleman's game, and it's not just something we say, but you actually see gentlemen live amongst this game. Manoj Kothari, father of SOURAV KOTHARI, a competitor of Pankaj, still helps Pankaj whenever Pankaj asks him to. That goes to show the magnanimity of the individual, of the players involved with the sport.
And it's been that kind of sport, right? It's always been that kind of sport where there is fierce competition, but there's also mutual respect. There's a lot of camaraderie. Most of the players are touring or in the same circuit on the same tour, so they get to hang out with each other quite a bit. So you see them together off the table very often as compared to other competitive sports.
And they've struck that balance really well. So when you're on the table, it's not personal. If you see, it's a sport like golf. It's just you versus you. And once you're off the table, you're all friends, you're all people who have a common interest, common objective, all working towards the same thing.
Fantastic pot there by Pankaj.
He's keeping this break alive.
He's looked very good. But, again, not really tight with the cue ball, but keeping the break going. And I think now, looking more confident. And I just feel, I can probably get the feeling that this one's going to be a big one. He's got a good angle on this green to go back. There are a couple of reds available on the top of the table. So it's interesting you mentioned golf. I keep saying this all the time, that there can't be two more sports more alike than golf and snooker. There is so much of similarity between the two sports.
Because they're the only two sports in the world where a stationary ball is struck into motion. So the good news is you have a lot of time to think before your shot. The bad news is you have a lot of time to think before your shot.
True.
So it's you versus you.
Yeah, and also there's so many. I can mention 10 similarities. Also the fact that you have no control when the opponent is playing. Versus other sports where you can
It's
control
more
that both.
reactive.
It's more
Yes.
reactive. There you go. All you can do is sit and watch, wait for your time, wait for your opportunity, and when you get your that's what makes this sport even more difficult. Is having to sit out sometimes for long periods of time and still being able to switch on and switch off, and get back and react to what your opposition has done.
And it's even more in billiards. If you're playing the long format, if your opponent is putting a 500, 700, 1,000 break,
yeah.
56.
A handful of people only have put 1,000 break. Pankaj is one of 5 who's done that, and he did it in your club, Sasha, in ECA.
Yeah, memorable.
And it was in history. It was the only 1,000+ break that was unfinished. All other 1,000 breaks have been finished. So his is the only one where he's 1,093 not out.
Yeah, and also probably in a finals with just 1,100 to get, if you can do a 1,093. So I think that'll always remain, I think, one of the most memorable experiences of my life, because I had the best seat in the house.
Oh yeah, you were refereeing.
I was refereeing that match.
Wow.
So
you deserve extra pay for that match.
we were just talking about how thankless referees' jobs are, so we won't get into that. So anyway, Pankaj breaking down on 56 there.
Again, a sizable lead, not putting Saurav in a comfortable position, but there are enough reds.
It's been the storyline of the final so far. The player gets in a mid-range break of 45-50, and then battles through the remaining part of the frame.
Yeah, it's not frame winning, but it is.
Yeah, it's good enough to take you past the line, but you got to still fight hard to get there.
Yeah.
And we'll have to wait and watch here, because one mistake from either or can result in a frame winning visit. Now, with the way the balls are situated, I think if Pankaj was to give Saurav an opportunity, I'm sure he's going to grab it with both hands, and he needs to, because if Pankaj has to go another frame up here, it's going to be an uphill task for Saurav to come back. He wants to still stay in contention. If he
Saurav did a great job yesterday, though, in the semi-finals against local lad. Well, not lad so much, but IH Manudev. He was the junior national champion from Karnataka, and he's still going strong. He's played some phenomenal snooker in recent past, and Manudev was on the brink of victory. But before Saurav used his experience to win the 8th and 9th frames to get his berth in the finals.
Yeah, and a century in the deciding frame just shows the quality of a player that he is.
Fantastic. Saurav left with an option here to take on this red.
Looks like a thin cut into the center.
Yeah, they see a bit of self-doubt. A couple of times he's gone down to play the shot, then gotten up. He's not too convinced about it. He knows one error and that could be frame, but sometimes you just got to take those chances. Well, I'm not too surprised with the outcome of that shot because there was a lot of self-doubt.
Yeah, he wasn't really committed to that shot.
Absolutely, commitment's the right word there, Sasha, and that's one piece of advice I would give athletes. You know, when it comes to from the mental point of view, when you're approaching a shot, if you let doubt set in, that's the end of it. Doubt is like poison. Whether it's one drop or one whole glass, the net result is the same. Fully commit, just go for it. Yeah, of course you have to weigh pros and cons, check out risk versus reward, but when you're going for it, let there be no doubt.
Yeah, once you've assessed the situation, then totally commit to it. Right. That's great advice for all our viewers, youngsters who are tuning in. PANKAJ ADVANI is among the top sports psychologists, mental coaches around in the country that we have.
And I learned so much from all the athletes I work with. I work with athletes from 24 different sports. So, and at every level, right from beginner level all the way to being world champions, Olympic medalists. So much to learn from every individual. PANKAJ back again on the table, scoring.
Yeah, this is the opportunity I was talking to you about. The first player who's going to make a mistake here is going to pay heavily for it rather. It's a costly mistake by SOURAV, and I think very quickly it's going to be frame number 7 to PANKAJ ADVANI. He's got a 59-point lead, and this is frame ball. Struck that beautifully.
Crisp. Yeah. And he
timing.
Knows that this is frame.
Yeah.
And just has to complete the formalities and not let his opponent come back to the table.
So now a commanding 3-frame lead for PANKAJ in this finals. Just 1 frame away from victory now.
And we've crossed the 4-hour mark of this final.
Well, just about reaching there. We started at 3:30, so.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'm not sure if these reds go, but maybe try to nudge one of them out.
So this frame is sealed.
Well and truly in PANKAJ's favor.
You're watching this final from BSA live on CSN Network, CSN Live, and Ali and his team have done a phenomenal job providing great coverage, great angles, replays, expert commentary, Sasha.
Thanks,
I'm trying to include myself as well. And we've had a wonderful week of snooker here at Bangalore Snooker Academy. Rehan and his team, kudos to you guys for successfully carrying this out multiple years. Looking forward to many, many more editions.
Yep, they've been pioneers in snooker in Bangalore over the last 4-5 years, and they've always upped the bar when it comes to the All India Open that they conduct annually. And this year, of course, raising the bar by a couple of lakhs, I must say,
yes.
With a very, very handsome prize pool of 9 lakhs, which is probably one of the highest prize pools in the country when it comes to Q Sports. So frame willing clearance here for Pankaj in frame number 7 to take him to 5-2, 1 frame away from the championship, and also the highest break of the final so far.
So good, 2 breaks sealing the frame and leaving him within striking distance of the title. 1 frame to go for Pankaj. Sourav needs all of them.
Ladies and gentlemen,
We'll be right back after a short break of 10 minutes.
And we're back. I've got, my name is SOURAV Advani, and I've got with me Karnataka champion Sean Davis.
Thank you, Sri. Yes, we are back for the finals, guys, of the Bangalore Snooker Academy All India Open 15 Red Snooker Championship 2023.
Score 2-5.
And the start of the 8th frame with Pankaj leading 5 frames to Brijesh Damani's 2 frames. Pankaj seems to have found a bit of form in this final, Sri. He seems to be sailing, moving around the table rather fluently as compared to the first 4 frames.
Yeah, Sean, I've never been a big proponent of form, feel. End of the day, you're a competitor, you're a gladiator, and this is your arena. You may not always be the finest touch, but you still have heart, and that's what Pankaj has shown repeatedly. Like I've said before, he's been having a lot of recent success, but it doesn't have to mean that he has to play out of his skin, one visit breaks and frame over. This is a grind, and sometimes you will play effortless snooker or billiards, and there will be times when you grind it out, and that's perfectly normal. He is human after all. It shows us that with his 25 world titles, where it almost seems like a superhuman effort, that he is human at the end of the day.
Indeed.
And this year was also different for Pankaj because firstly he's redefined the word specialization. He's now added pool, 8-ball pool in China, where he has almost close to nothing kind of experience in
Yes.
pool, and Chinese have their own version of 8-ball pool, who dedicate their entire lives to that sport, and he has just gone there and managed to make it to the top 32, which I don't believe any other Indian has done on debut.
Absolutely, absolutely. He's actually paved the way for the future of Q Sports. He's showing them the way that it doesn't necessarily need to be smooth sailing. You don't have to be on top all the time, but even when things are not going the way you planned it or the way it usually does, you have to work hard at it and ensure that you get the end result that you're seeking.
And you know what's interesting, Sean, is that with many sports, people talk about that one bronze medal or that one silver medal that they have won. We're not even factoring those in for Pankaj.
Absolutely.
We're purely talking about his goals, which are, I believe, over close to 70 maybe. And when you talk about international, world, Asian, national titles, just goals. We've actually never maintained a list of his silver and bronze medals.
I think with the amount of goals that he's won, I mean, it's sad that it's taken away from him, but when you consider all the medals that he's won, I think every single one of them has significant importance to, I mean, it means a lot to him.
Definitely.
And to the sport in terms of what's happening in India, for the amount of achievements that he's had. To top it all off, I think the icing on the cake is that he's a very nice person to meet, to talk to have a conversation. He's very down to earth, very humble, and I think that's what sets him apart from the rest.
And you get a few practice sessions with him here and there, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. We interact quite a bit. We do, when we do find the time with my work and his busy schedule. When we do find the time, we enjoy each other's company. We do have a few laughs, but we talk about the game and we enjoy our conversation with each other.
I know, and I've heard him speak about your game, Sean, and he absolutely loves the way you deliver the cue, your stance, your timing. So he is a fan of your technique.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you for that. Thank him for that, actually. But yeah, the frame seems to start off slow, like I think every other frame has. But Pankaj seems to be in the driver's seat right now.
Yes, of course, Saurav will feel a bit on the back foot naturally with a 3-frame deficit and his opponent 1 frame away from the championship. It is a tall order, but yesterday Saurav staged a great comeback against Karnataka's IH Manudev to steal that victory away from him.
Absolutely.
And so we cannot put anything past Sourav Kothari.
Absolutely. He's also fought really hard to be where he is right now. Brilliant century in the deciding frame against Manudev to seal his spot in the finals. All credit to Sourav for being able to deliver at the right time.
And this tournament has shown that the sport is so unpredictable. You have so many big snooker names that didn't make it, right? And it's interesting to see that these guys who play billiards and snooker equally are here in a snooker event final.
A brilliant pot again from Pankaj. That was timed really, really sweet.
You could see from the way he delivered that he was going to get accuracy on that shot. He's now got to go around the table with the blue, hopefully missing the colors, or he cannons the brown and yellow, so his movement of the white doesn't go to the region that he wanted it to, near the reds, but he still has a long red.
He has a long red. Would he hold for the black, or do you think he'd come down for a smaller color?
Time will tell. He went for the black. He tried to roll that red in, took the jaw to stay for the black. Now Sourav has a chance. Pankaj has got a 20-point lead, 20-0. Can Sourav do some damage here and survive this final? That was a very tricky red Sourav took on. It was never going to be easy. Would have been a great shot had it gone in. And
that is a tough shot to take, especially with the score being what it is. Hats off to Sourav for taking on the shot.
Yeah, he has to go all out, I think, because he has nothing more to lose. He has to now take his chances, and he was looking for that one great shot to compile a big break, but now Pankaj is back on the table and will be looking to extend the lead to a point where he won't need his opponent to come back.
Yeah, the table seems to be pretty open for Pankaj to make a sizable break. That blue needs to roll.
The blue drops in. He's now got a red on the left side of the table, which he can use to stop on the black and build a decent break from here.
Yeah, he seems to be on the black. With the red being open, I think this should be... He should be able to clinch the match from here, but only time will tell.
And I believe, Sean, it's a possibility that red miss by Sourav was potentially his last visit to the table. But it's early days. This is sport. Anything can happen.
But I think this is the Pankaj we've all known to... I mean, that we've all known and seen Pankaj do this time and time again for years.
Yeah.
This is textbook Pankaj. Would you say that?
Yeah, I could see a spring in his step too. He's a lot freer now. He's going to be, hopefully, signing off this championship in style. But regardless, he's fought hard this tournament. He's played well. He's withstood various types of opponents and game styles, and has come out shining on all fronts.
Yeah, I think everyone watching this on YouTube at home or anywhere else, even the viewers we have here at the Bangalore Snooker Academy, would love to see Pankaj finish off with a century.
score now 57-0 on a 37 break. Saurav won't be happy with that red miss,
Yeah,
but he had to take his chances.
Yeah, and like you said, there is a spring in his step. He seems to be cruising around the table right now. You can sense that momentum shift.
Yeah, I think the when it was 2-all, the 5th and 6th frames were very crucial. Both players feeling the heat, knowing that those couple of frames could be the turning point. And for Pankaj, it was that was a great black with the rest, fine cut, and be able to stay for the next red.
He held it beautifully for the next red. He'll have to finish little. I think he'd love to finish higher on the black so he can go into the bunch. That's his more preferred, or his go-to shot.
There is an open red.
Okay.
Now the planning on this red will be crucial.
53.
I think the black was the frame ball.
So Pankaj has secured the frame, and probably safe to say that he's got his title, his name back on that trophy.
Absolutely. It's lovely to have Pankaj retain the trophy, I think, after a year's break.
Oh, uncharacteristic miss. And Pankaj breaks down on 54, score 74-0. So, even though Saurav needs snookers, he is not giving up. He's going to try and give everything he's got, rightly so. Saurav opens his account this frame, in the 8th frame. Black hanging on the mouth. He was looking to go into the bunch, missed it.
Yeah, we'll look for a safety option now to try and keep Pankaj tight. Perhaps give him a snook.
So the possible 51 on table. The difference being 66.
66.
Which means Saurav needs a handful of snookers. Odds not in his favor at the moment, Saurav's, but like we said, this is sport. Never say never.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for this final. Thanks to CSN Live for bringing us this coverage of the finals of the Bangalore Snooker Academy edition for 15 Red Snooker Championship. And thanks to our sponsors, ABM, Triumph World School,
Lewis.
Santosh Lewis for his company, Lewis. We have Spark, Sell My Cell, Global Access, Tanish, Brute, and DS Group. Thank you all for the sponsors and Team BSA, Rian Arman and team.
Yeah, it's very encouraging when you see a huge list of sponsors. Gives us hope for the sport. Makes people believe that this is a sport that they should be looking at promoting, because we have world champions here. There's one you're witnessing right now who's playing, bringing glory to the country time and time again.
Yeah, I don't think that is going to stop. He's going to do something that he loves come 1 May, and that's what sets him apart from the rest. I think
That's
it's not only in the game that he's been, you know, showing strides and, you know, struggling with all his demons to
Absolutely.
make sure that, to ensure that the sport does well for India, but in terms of sponsorship as well, he's been, like, everyone's been looking out for that sponsor that will be able to get us, everyone here in India, something.
Yeah.
And hopefully there will be a day when that actually comes through, and
Yep, we're still waiting.
another
And that-
brilliant
and
pot.
that's another great
and
pot,
that
and-
is the frame and match. PANKAJ ADVANI.
He is the BSA All India Open 15 Red Snooker Champion of 2023. This is the 4th edition of this championship. Pankaj has won this before. He's won it again.
He's won it 2 out of 3 times, 3 events. Sorry, twice out of the 4 events that have happened. The first event was not that grand as the second, third, and
Wonderful. Yeah.